snakes. As they continued forth, a strong cold wind blew their torches out, leaving them in the dark and causing them to take flight hurriedly back out of the cave. In retreating from the cave, the priest claimed they heard ghastly noises coming from within. When they managed to finally exit, the priest declared the cave home of devils and ordered the entrance be forever sealed. The Maltese Cave. This entrance, known as Hypogeum of Hal Saflienti, is located on the island of Malta, near the village of Casalpala, which overlooks the town of Malta. In 1902, workmen digging a well in Casalpala reportedly fell into a subterranean cavern, which connected to an entire complex of caves and tunnels. This discovery led to a complex of caves, 3 of which were a series of chambers excavated out of solid rock on 3 even lower levels for each chamber. This series of underground rooms. When first explored, they found over 30,000 skeletons of men, women, and children inside. The tunnels under the Hypogeum were later sealed off after 30 students entered the caves on a field trip and disappeared without a trace.
Okay, so I paused it right there. The Hypogeum in Malta. So where's Paul Cook? After this video, I'm gonna play Paul's last video where it cut out live when he descended into that dark staircase into the abyss. And well, this is the story of, well, let's all listen together. I'm gonna just restart this little part of the Maltese aspect of this because, well, decide for yourselves.
Saflienti is located on the island of Malta, near the village of Casalpala, which overlooks the town of Malta. In 1902, workmen digging a well in Casalpala reportedly fell into a subterranean cavern, which connected to an entire complex of caves and tunnels. This discovery led to a complex of caves, 3 of which were a series of chambers excavated out of solid rock on 3 even lower levels for each chamber. This series of underground rooms. When first explored, they found over 30,000 skeletons of men, women, and children inside. The tunnels under the Hypogeum were later sealed off after 30 students entered the caves on a field trip and disappeared without a trace. The numerous efforts of search parties looking for the children and guide were in vain.
The unfortunate school trip at Malta's Hypogeum is easily one of the best spooky stories of last century. Especially the version where the city could hear the screams of children for weeks due to the close network of tunnels beneath the city. Also, worth noting that the rope they had been using was cut cleanly by a sharp object, not frayed or worn away.
Staffordshire, England. Somewhere in Staffordshire, England, a field exists where a man, while digging a trench, discovered a large iron plate beneath the dirt. The hatch was large and oval, with an iron ring mounted on it. This hatch covered an entrance leading into underground tunnels. The only clue we have to its location is that the field is in a valley surrounded by woods, and that a report of its discovery can be found in A History of Staffordshire by Dr. Plott, who wrote the book in the late 1700s. Also, Glastonbury is said to be the entrance to the English folklore legend Avalon. What is now known as Glastonbury was, in ancient times, called the Isle of Avalon. It is virtually an island, for it is completely surrounded by marshlands. In Welsh, it is called Ynys Afalach, which means the island of apples, and this fruit once grew in great abundance. After the Battle of Camlan, a noblewoman called Morgan, later the ruler and patroness of these parts as well as being a close blood relation of King Arthur, carried him off to the island, now known as Glastonbury, so that his wounds could be cared for. Years ago, the district had also been called Ynys Gwytrin in Welsh, that is the island of glass, and from these words the invading Saxons later coined the place name Glastonbury. Glastonbury Tor, the large hill with a ruin on top, was also said to be the entrance to the underworld in Celtic legend, and was a sacred place that people didn't dare to go. There is also a well in Glastonbury called the Chalice Well that is one of the most ancient in Britain. It lies in the Vale of Avalon between the Tor and the Chalice Hill. It has never failed even during times of drought. The water is supposed to have healing properties, and the place has been a point of pilgrimage for years. It has been in use for over 2,000 years. This one's really cool. The Dulce, New Mexico base. An underground military base laboratory in Dulce, New Mexico connects with the underground network of tunnels which honeycombs our planet. And the lower levels of this base are allegedly under the control of inner Earth beings or aliens. This base is connected to Los Alamos research facilities via an underground tube shuttle. Beginning in 1947, a road was built near the Dulce base, under the cover of a lumber company. The odd thing is, according to sources, no lumber was ever hauled, and the road was later destroyed. Navajo Dam is the Dulce base's main source of power, though a second source is in El Vado, which is also another entrance. This information should help you locate the underground complex, if of course you feel brave enough to venture onto the Dulce properties. Most of the lakes near Dulce were made via government grants for the Indians. The September 1983 issue of Omni has a color drawing of the Subterrene, the Los Alamos nuclear-powered tunnel machine that burrows through the rock, deep underground, by heating whatever stone it encounters into molten rock, which cools after the subterrane has moved on. The result is a tunnel with a smooth, glazing lining. Although evidence has been found of this machine, there are no signs of molten rock, and the concept ceased being used after 1983. There are over 100 secret exits near and around Dulce, many around Archuleta Mesa, others to the source around Dulce Lake and even as far east as Lindrick. Deep sections of the complex connect into natural cavern systems. Note, the elevators, lights, and doors at Dulce Base are all magnetically controlled. The area around Dulce has had a high number of reported animal mutilations. The researchers at Dulce Base have also abducted several people from Dulce's civilian population and implanted devices of various types in their heads and bodies. Note, Livermore Berkeley Labs began producing blood for the Dulce Base in the mid-1980s, and human and animal life have now slowed considerably. If interested, it may be worthwhile to check out Livermore Berkeley Labs. Delta Group, from the National Recon Group, is responsible for security of all alien-connected projects. The delta symbol is a black triangle on a red background. Dulce Base's symbol is a delta, a triangle, with the Greek letter tau within it, and then the entire symbol is inverted, so the triangle points down, and the tau is also inverted. A very active UFO base exists beneath Mount Rainier. There are also said to be underground vaults, containing records of the ancient Lemurians. The ice cap of Mount Rainier contains a maze of corridors and caves. In August of 1970, scientists climbed to the top of Mount Rainier and entered these caverns and tunnels. Evidence was found indicating that a small lake exists deep beneath the ice cap. It is possible that one could find a way to get beneath Mount Rainier through these tunnels. The Mount Lassen. Mount Lassen, Tehama County, California, is an entrance leading to a large underground city. Near the foot of Mount Lassen is a town called Manten. Ralph Fields Manten found this entrance and claims that it is on the side of the mountain, a little over 7,000 feet above sea level, and is near a rock outcropping, Death Valley, California. This entrance is supported by the local Indian legend, which speaks of a tunnel that runs beneath Death Valley Desert and the people that used to live in the Panamint Caverns. The entrance is in the Panamint Mountains, down on the lower edge of the range near Wingate Pass, in the bottom of an old abandoned shaft. These tunnels connect with the surface also through arched windows in the side of the mountain that look down on Death Valley. During ancient times, these windows were accessible by boat. The windows in the Death Valley side of the Panamint Mountains are about 4,500 to 5,000 feet above the bottom of Death Valley and are across from Furnace Creek Ranch. From these openings, you can see the green of the ranch below you and Furnace Creek Wash across the valley. So, with high-powered binoculars or a telescope, you should be able to see the openings from the Furnace Creek Ranch, or Wash. You can drive down Emigrant Canyon towards Death Valley. You can then park beside the road between Furnace Creek Ranch and the salt bed. From here, the windows should be visible through binoculars. The Brown Mountain entrance. Brown Mountain is in North Carolina, near Morganton. Morganton is about 15 miles north of an actual highway marker, which has been posted by the state providing any visitor the best view of Brown Mountain. Brown Mountain is an area in which many strange lights have been seen. Canadian UFO bases and the Great Lakes Triangle. Entrances at Lake Ontario may lead to underwater cities. The Toronto tunnels lead to a subterranean city, and Lake Ontario. Lights orange-colored spheres have been seen coming out of and diving into Lake Ontario. The area of highest activity is between Oakville and Toronto. There may be a connection to the Lakeview hydroelectric plant, as many of these UFOs have been seen heading in that direction. Toronto entrance. There is a small opening to the underground tunnels off Parliament Street in downtown Toronto. The entrance is between two apartment buildings and leads to the tunnels via the sewers. The underground city beneath Toronto has its center beneath Gerrard Street and Church Street. Above this area, strange magnetic effects have been observed. It has been noted that this corner of Gerrard and Church Streets seems to have a higher accident rate than anywhere else in Toronto. It is also believed that underground equipment utilizing powerful magnetic fields are responsible for the bizarre equipment failures that often are the cause of these accidents. These tunnels are known by the local Indians and can be found in their legends. After an iron mine in Newfoundland province had been dug deeper than any other, strange things began occurring and the mine had to be shut down. It is now condemned and off-limits, which the police strictly enforce. The mining town is located near the Newfoundland-Quebec border. Sneaking in late at night seems to be the only way to gain entrance. Kentucky Mammoth Cave in south-central Kentucky. Mount Shasta, California, USA. The Agarthian city of Telos allegedly exists within and beneath this mountain. Hopi legends say that this mountain is one of the 13 homes of the lizard people, reptoids. Native American Indian tribes of California claim that Mount Shasta is the inner mountain dwelling place of an invisible race of men. Still more accounts describe the mountain as an inlet to the ancient Lemurian world, and that the Lemurian survivors still live today in the tunnels of dead volcanoes. Some suggest that it is a meeting place for the Lothinian Brotherhood, who use a strange force, vis mortuus, to carve caverns out of solid rock, which sounds very similar to the equipment used at Dulce, New Mexico. In 1904, J.C. Brown, an explorer for a British mining company, reported that he had discovered a cave in a hollow in the side of the mountain, complete with one skeleton and hieroglyphic writings on the walls. Brown later quit his job and settled in Stockton, where he lived out his life selling gold trinkets that he claimed to have in the Mount Shasta cave. In 1934, Abraham Mansfield said he encountered a tribe of Lemurians who had dug tunnels connecting Mount Shasta and the Bluff Creek area. A man from San Jose, while hiking on the southern slope in 1972, came across what he described as a reptilian humanoid. Other visitors to the mountain have reported seeing various subhuman cultures, including dwarfs, Bigfoot or Yeti-type creatures, and giants dressed in white robes. On August 16, 1987, believing the mountain to be one of the 7 major planetary chakras of spiritual tuning forks, thousands came together as part of an international harmonic convergence designed to bring peace to the whole world. White Sands Missile Base. Rumored to have an underground complex and tunnels is in the area around the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. This area is reported to have been the secret headquarters of the great Apache chief Victorio, and is named after him, Victoria Peak. From what I understand, the Army bulldozed the peak out and placed a steel door over the entrance to the mountain passageways. I don't know if this was to keep people from going inside, or if it was to keep someone or something inside from coming out. Maybe it was a little of both. Hardscrabble and Geronimo Peak are also honeycombed with tunnels, caves, and secret entrances. The Hardscrabble entrance leads down a flight of steps to an underground river. Mongolia. The underground city of Xinhua exists beneath the border of Mongolia and China, Rama, India. Beneath this surface city lies Rama, a long-lost subterranean city, Benares, India. While the entrance to Bhogavati is somewhere in the Himalayas, it has been asserted that Patala can be entered through the well of Sheshna in Benares, India. According to herpetologist and author Sherman A. Minton, as stated in his book, Venomous Reptiles, this entrance is very real, with 40 steps which descend into a circular depression, to terminate at a closed stone door which is covered in bas-relief cobras, very similar to the Tibetan temples, King Solomon's mines, Darrow Caves, Superstition Mountains, Arizona. Another area to be investigated is the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Geronimo would be seen walking into the face of the mountain, disappearing and then reappearing in New Mexico. The soldiers who were hell-bent on capturing the elusive Apache chief were mystified as to how he was able to escape the human net surrounding him and his band. The tunnel systems of the superstitions are dangerous, though, and are rumored to be inhabited by reptilian-type creatures and supernatural forces. Those that claim to have penetrated the tunnel tell of the remains of ancient structures and a spiral staircase that leads forever down into the bowels of Earth. The main entrance to the Superstition tunnel system links to numerous tunnel passageways which spider web out as far as Central America. Four Corners in southwestern USA, Turkey. In Turkey, the discovery of a massive underground city at Derinkuyu revealed a stunning complexity of deep passageways constructed on at least 10 separate levels. Some estimates believe there was adequate living space for at least 20,000 people. Precisely what purpose this city served or when it was constructed is hard to determine. Kind of a disorganized list. Some have hardly any information and others have quite a lot.
Hi guys. Scott here. First time posting on /x/came here on the off chance, and this looks like a thread I can actually post some info in. I live on the Isle of Mull and we have a lot of Neolithic and Celtic stones, buildings and worship sites, like most of Britain. My town, Bunessan, has a lot of Neolithic barrows just outside the village. My grandfather, in his youth, would often play in and around them with friends. It's known, you can probably Google Isle of Mull tunnels, that we have these tunnels that run under the isles. My grandfather, being a kid, would also play in these. He told me, mainly because I used to play around them, I never saw anything and never went too deep as a kid as I was scared for obvious reasons. I feel compelled to go now though, that once when playing exploring in them he would hear footsteps deeper in the passages and yells and squawks that didn't sound like Scott or English men yelling. The walls had lots of hieroglyphic type things, could have just been whatever the Neolithic Britons wrote in. Apparently one time one of his friends shouted when he heard the strange noises and they heard the footsteps bolt towards them. Fortunately they were not too deep and managed to get out all right. Sorry it's not the most exciting story and it may be written all over the place. It's 1:30 in the morning and I'm tired, but this thread reminded me of it. Hope it was of some interest and maybe you can find some info of British and Scottish tunnels that you find interesting. Pick is not one of ours, just a nice looking one from South England.
A smuggler's tunnel is said to run from Smuggler's Farm in Hurstmansheugh, Sussex to the Pevensey Marshes, a good distance away. A whole network of secret Knights Templar tunnels is said to run beneath Hertford Castle, running to Dinsley and other local places. A secret tunnel exists at Pevensey Castle in East Sussex, although not open for public access. It links the keep with the former Market Square and is thought to be Norman in origin. It was reused during the Second World War. Another widely believed legend is that of a long-distance tunnel leading from the crypt of the Lady or Galilee Chapel, under the River Brue to a distant point, possibly to the village of Street, where a passage exists from an outlying building in the grounds of the old manor house. A dog is said to have been put into the tunnel at Street and found his way out at the Glastonbury end. The tunnel is said to run from King's College Chapel to Grantchester Manor, Cambridge, passing under the River Cam. Evidence of tunnels has recently been found beneath St. Luke's, Leek's Old Church, reinforcing legends of a lay tunnel running from the church to Dielackers Abbey. The tunnel is said to run from Newbury Town Hall to St. Nicholas Church. This belief may have started because there are east-west flowing brick Victorian service tunnels running from roughly the Newbury Arcade towards this church. These were exposed to the public's gaze during construction work. The tunnel is also said to run from Newbury Castle, 400 feet above sea level, in Shaw House, 260 feet, thus 140 feet below it. The point of entry is said to be a hollow space now blocked in the southeast angle of the enclosure. In 1930, workmen investigated the legend by excavating the entrance, but found nothing.
Great thread OP, thank you so much for starting it the way you did, because every time I have seen the subject of the hollow earth being brought up it gets blown out by science friends, which is a damn shame because it really is an interesting topic with many interconnected branches that link to other legends and is worthy of real discussion for those interested. It's one of my favorites. Some more stuff to research. The Shaver Mysteries, He achieved notoriety in the years following World War II as the author of controversial stories which were printed in science fiction magazines, primarily Amazing Stories, in which he claimed that he had had personal experience of a sinister, ancient civilization that harbored fantastic technology and caverns under the earth. The controversy stemmed from the claim by Shaver and his editor and publisher Ray Palmer that Shaver's writings, while presented in the guise of fiction, were fundamentally true. Shaver's stories were promoted by Ray Palmer as the Shaver Mystery. During the last decades of his life, Shaver devoted himself to rock books, stones that he believed had been created by the advanced ancient races and embedded with legible pictures and texts. He produced paintings based on the rock images and photographed the rock books extensively, as well as writing about them. Posthumously, Shaver has gained a reputation as an artist, and his paintings and photos have been exhibited in Los Angeles, New York, and elsewhere.
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green texts will appear daily. A new broadcast will appear when the clock strikes midnight Central Time.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just BurnEye!
Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at BurnEye's.
Sorry about that. Had far too many tabs open there, and it was no good. Right? It's no good. So this is going to go like this. And I'm going to see here. We want to play this one now. Where is it? Oh no. Oh no, that is not the right one. Oh dear. There's the one. I think I found it. Smoke them if you got them. 5:47 and 12 hours and 30 minutes in. That's right. I have now been live streaming here for 12 hours and 30 minutes, over half of a day today. And thank you, everyone who has supported my work. 8 hours ago, it was, I was making $10 an hour. I have not had a donation in the last 4.5 hours. So that has cut it down to, I guess, $7.50 or $6 or something like that an hour. Now, definitely 1/3, maybe. Ooh, here we go. Is it playing? Oh. But if you'd like to support this work, oops, hold on. Sorry, hold on. See, I don't know how much of that you guys caught. Sorry about that glitching. I'm going to try to get it actually working on the other channel or computer so it's faster, but let's see here.
Is filled with a cacophony of animal noise that can even disrupt the sonic transmissions of submarines. Most of the din is made by a surprisingly insignificant creature, the pistol shrimp. By snapping its claws, it can not only make communication sounds, but something far deadlier. These shrimps are its prey.
How is the sound?
It deals a knockout blow from a distance by using its claw as a sonic weapon.
$15,
First,
that's
its claw
minimum
is
wage.
cocked like a pistol.
Thank you, everyone, for your generosity donations.
Then fired.
I believe so far in the 12 hours and 31.
The effect is literally
streaming.
stunning.
I have been donated a total of $80 between.
As the claw snaps shut, it fires a blast of bubbles. Incredibly, as the bubbles collapse, they momentarily reach the temperature of the sun.
Okay, we do it for the knowledge, the love, and I'm going to do fundraising.
This implosion causes a shockwave that stuns.
We're getting this knowledge out. That's what it's about. If I do get another donation soon, I will play this full 1.5 hour last lecture.
using just a half a watt of electricity. The factors that seem to contribute to these effects include using a large number of stainless plates close together. The plates run to facilitate releasing the bubbles, driving the cell using square waves, pulsed DC at kilohertz frequencies, and constantly modifying frequency to optimize gas production. Maury King, who has published 3 seminal books on zero-point energy, recently put forth a scientific model in which he suggests that the excess energy being observed in these unusual electrolysis setups comes from zero-point energy by producing charged water gas clusters, which somehow achieve a self-organizing criticality that coherently activates and absorbs zero-point energy.
Bless your soul, Travis McClung. Everything helps. That $2 that lightens my soul, and listen, yep, keep me going. Hopefully get a little bit more and play this out here. Show the garden and get the agriculture going.
Zero-point energy is everywhere in the universe. It is the foundation of the fabric of space. Other groups, such as exogen technologies, are using these processes to purify water. These energy sources could actually produce culinary water as a byproduct. The day of water power via zero-point energy is arriving. Welcome to the future.
And many more are forthcoming. Car that runs on water instead of gasoline. Can it be true? Well, inventor Stanley Meyer made an announcement today in Colorado Springs. He says he's come up with a device that will hook up to any engine and allow it to run on good old H2O. News 13's Kurt Goff tonight on the possible impact of the water fuel cell. Stanley Meyer says the answer to dependence on foreign oil lies all around us. In seawater, tap water.
Oops. Sorry, I thought I had that switched over by now. Why is it not working? Come on. What the bloody heck? Is the video there? Is it playing? Can you hear it? How's the...
It was instantly converted to the thermal explosive energy. And as a result, we can run this car down a road on water.
Okay, I made it worse. Sorry, I'll go back to the original here. My bad.
Fits in the palm of his hand, but it could revolutionize the world. You're talking about a pollution-free, totally new source of energy, the voltage disassociation of water. The fuel cell converts water into a gas, hydrogen oxygen, which is released in the form of thermo-explosive energy.
So the water fuel injector simply replaces the spark plug. We hook it to a hydrogen computer system which regulates and meters the flow going into the injector. It processes the water in such a way to release its thermal explosive energy.
The man who invented an engine that can run on water says he's been offered $1 billion in cash by oil-producing countries to sell his patent. So far, he hasn't sold. Environmental specialist Jan Porter talked to the inventor, who thinks that the U.S. auto industry could produce cars that run on water now if they wanted to.
Our industrial base of the world is based on the utilization.
Stan Meyer has a car that runs on water, and that's drawing crowds at this year's Extraordinary Science Conference in Colorado Springs. Myers has developed what is called the water fuel cell injector. The injector breaks down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen, and the hydrogen is what powers the car.
Basically, all we do is replace the spark plug and replace it with the water fuel cell injectors you see right here. We simply feed ordinary non-processed water or processed water in here, and as the water goes into the injector, it hits a very high pulse voltage frequency, which instantly converts it into thermal explosive energy, and as a result, we can run this car down the road on water.
Meyer's invention was introduced in Britain earlier this month, and now the Brits have followed him here.
We recently took a scientific delegation to witness Stan's work, to really evaluate it, and came back saying, this is one of the most important inventions of the century.
Turn the machine on, Jimmy Klein fires up his hot new invention. His machine emits a flame that feels only slightly warm to the touch. But watch what happens when he touches anything else. Instantaneously, I can run a hole right down through the center, but the flame instantly turns hotter than the surface of the sun. Heat so intense it takes only seconds to literally burn a hole through charcoal. 3 seconds turns a brass ball to glowing liquid metal. Tungsten lights up like a sparkler. Steel, red, and other metal slices on contact. Yet the welder stays cool to the touch. No other gas will do that. Jimmy Klein uses an alternative fuel source once thought impossible. But people still have trouble believing him when he reveals his liquid fuel.
Water. Take water and electricity, and we break it down through our very unique electrolysis process.
Klein has just patented his process of converting H2O to HHO, producing a gas that combines the atomic power of hydrogen with the chemical stability of water.
It turns right back to water. You see water running off of it.
Klein originally designed his water-burning engine for cutting metal. His invention would replace volatile assemblies in welding factories. And then one day, as he drove to his laboratory in Clearwater, he thought of another way to burn his HHO gas.
On a 100-mile trip, we use about 4 ounces of water.
Klein says his prototype 1994 Ford Escort can travel exclusively on water, though he currently has it ready to run as a water and gasoline hybrid.
Simply speaking, we can change the world by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels.
These are equivalent to our... OdySee is helping Klein take his hydrogen technology patents from a 2-room office in Clearwater to consumer markets around the world.
You know what? Microsoft came out of nowhere, came out of the garage. Why not hydrogen technologies?
The duo is already in negotiations with one U.S. automaker and the U.S. government. Their plans have grown from basic welding with water to powering the entire world from the safest and cleanest fuel on Earth. Craig Patrick, Fox News.
Members of Congress recently invited Denny Klein to Washington to demonstrate his technology. Now his company is currently developing a Hummer for the U.S. military that can run on both water and gasoline. So far, his water-powered engines have passed all performance safety inspections, so all systems appear to be go right now, and gives new meaning to the term running water.
And nothing happened. Where are those cars? I think a lot of us are here because we were fans of Stanley Meyer. And the interesting thing is that Maury B. King has been at this a lot longer than Stanley Meyer ever was. He's been lecturing in this field for the last 40 years. Meanwhile, I want to just share a little anecdote. In the 1980s, I interviewed a German physicist by the name of Wolfgang Ludwig. Has anybody ever heard of Wolfgang? Not even one person. Oh, there he is. One person at the back has heard of Wolfgang Ludwig. He did amazing work in the field of physics, working with energy and healing devices. But when he was a kid, his thesis work was done on the memory of water. And as we know, that's the basis for homeopathy and any number of other technologies, and what is going to be introduced in just a moment here. And he was saying that water could carry information by rearranging the clustering structure of its molecules in response to an energetic input. More recently, Masaru Emoto popularized this phenomenon in photographing beautiful snowflake shapes along with other geometry in response to emotional input into water. Today we learned that water, when subjected to high voltage discharge, can produce another kind of geometric shape, a torus-shaped plasmoid, which can amazingly produce enough force to drive a piston. According to our next speaker, Maury B. King, even hobbyists can now make this water cluster gas, and this gas can run a generator. It's out there. Anybody can do it. What does this mean for the future of our technology? Well, Maury's going to tell us, and he's already told us in some of his books, tapping the zero-point energy, quest for zero-point energy, the energy machine of T. Henry Moray. So let's welcome one of the pioneers in this field, Maury B. King.
Thank you, Regina. I want to thank the staff for inviting me back to give a presentation. Unlimited energy right in front of our noses. Can you believe it? I didn't. I was a graduate student, electrical engineering, systems engineering. My professors were I was friendly with them. They were quite proud of the way I worked. And then something abruptly happened. And I fell from the graces, the lofty towers of academia, down into the pit of kookdom. And what happened to me? It was something I read. Back when we had the oil crisis of 1974, I looked out of my window at my apartment in Philadelphia, and I saw the lines of cars to get gasoline. And just then, my roommate, who happened to be a student of general relativity, asked, "Have you seen this?" He brought me the big book by Meisner, Thorne, and Wheeler, Gravitation. And the last two chapters of the book were Wheeler's theories of geometric dynamics, and talked about virtually limitless energy embedded in the fabric of space, fluctuating at a very, very high rate with incredible energy densities. It's called the zero-point energy or the zero-point fluctuations. And I asked the question, can this become an energy source? So I went to my engineering professors, and they said, never heard of it. None of the engineering professors have heard of it. In fact, most engineers have not heard of it. It's not in their textbook. And yet the physicists have discovered it, they worked with it. And what I found is that we actually have it in our science. It's in our physics. And the engineers just don't know about it. So all we have to do is just learn what's actually there. So we can explain how to tap limitless energy from the zero-point energy. And we can get it using water, of all things, the simplest experiment. And the key to a simple experiment is to have massive replication. And by the time I'm done, you're going to see how to explain it with the standard theories of physics and see how simple the nature of the experiment is. And it's effectively cavitating the water in the popular electrolyzers. What's in common between a car that appears to run on water and an inert gas engine? It is this. Excuse me. An archive form, a micron-sized torus form. We're going to see this 4 times appearing in this talk, twice in water and twice in plasma. And when it appears in plasma, it makes vortex rings called plasmoids. It's like a slinky closing on itself. And they manifest anomalous force and anomalous energy, and it can occur in water gas clusters and inert gas clusters, and we can make it from the collapsing cavitation bubbles. The main ideas are the zero-point energy really exists. Self-organization can occur. When it does occur, it interacts with plasma. It tends to make these vortex rings called plasmoids. They exhibit both anomalous force and anomalous energy. They can cascade to produce larger ones. You can take an energetic matter torus and with an abrupt electrical discharge, convert them to plasmoids with a high voltage pulse. And they can clusters can form in both inert gas and in water. What this offers an opportunity to convert something extremely inefficient, the internal combustion engine, where you inject air and water and fuel.
Having a little connection issue. We'll get right back to it. Sorry, so just double checking that the audio is good for Moray B. King here, and that we're back on. I was showing one of my hydrogen electrolysis experiments outside. It was connected to 4 different jars from just one 5-volt plug-in, and that the 4th jar there, despite being zinc and copper, and it wasn't going blue and oxidizing purple or white, it went to orange and yellow because it had the double negative going into it the way it was set up. And it will probably turn into pure yellow within a few more hours now that it's being active. Oh, you can't hear him. Oh no, sorry. Oh man, sorry about that. And he was just giving gold at that point. Um, man, having issues. Okay, can you hear me? And Sean, feel free to hop on, brother. From another mother, Terran Earthling. Let's fix it because that he was gonna give some golden nuggets for hydrogen energy, plasma, EVOs, and all that super great nerdy stuff right here. This
CPE stands for 0-point energy.
Cool.
The names of the gas that comes from the electrolyzer, Brown's gas, HHO is a popular name meaning atomic hydrogen and oxygen. It's what Yul Brown thought it was because he was trying to explain why the gas was so energetic. Hydroxy is a popular name, and the correct name in chemistry is oxyhydrogen. But there's a secondary gas. That's the theme of this talk. And it's basically coming from a charged water gas cluster. George Weissman calls it electrically expanded water. He's the one that discovered it first. Omasa gas, he's the furthest ahead on the proper protocol for making it. And certain Gorley recognized there's another gas there, so they named it after themselves, SG gas. Nearly everyone out on the web, nearly everyone, believes the energy is coming from hydrogen. But electrolysis cannot yield excess energy. It costs you more energy to break apart the water molecule than you'll ever get back by burning the hydrogen. So it basically violates thermodynamics. That path has actually lost the energy. In fact, in these electrolyzers, you really don't want hydrogen. You want something better. So what's the energy source? Well, we're going to see it's the 0-point energy. The 0-point energy, back in the 1700s, 1800s, the scientific community believed space was filled with this ether, and then the Earth would move relative to it. And it was a very simplistic model. It looked like it was static. And so when they did the Michelson-Morley experiment, they say, gee, if the Earth's going to move relative to it, we would see the ether with. They didn't see it. It only ruled out one type of ether model. That's the static ether model. They didn't even rule out the drag model, where the ether gets dragged along. So the modern view of the vacuum energy and essentially the ether is fluctuations of electromagnetic field energy. It gives rise to the uncertainty principle, this underlying jitter to everything in quantum mechanics, and it gives rise to pair production. Electron-positron pairs can spontaneously be created from the vacuum, and then they instantly go away, create, go away, create in this big turbulence. It's well discussed in the standard physics literature. This is a physical review, a conservative journal. It's considered the most prestigious journal in the United States, and they discuss 0-point energy in the journal. Can explain why all the quantum effects arise, why the hydrogen atom is stable. It can actually become an energy source without violating thermodynamics. That's a very important paper by Puthoff. It can give rise to gravity and inertia. It controls inertia. That means the fields coming from the 0-point energy can allow a system, propulsion mechanism to drag whatever is caught in the field as if it didn't have any mass, i.e. a flying saucer type propulsion where you can abruptly undergo hairpin turns without feeling distress from acceleration. So therefore, our physics actually has embedded in it the underlying principles to do flying saucer propulsion. My poor professors are rolling in their grave. So it's called the quantum foam. This is what they call this turbulence. Electrical flux enters and leaves our three-dimensional space in this chaotic fashion. It's more like a plasma, a turbulent plasma. These tiny holes where the flux enters are down at the Planck length, 10 to the minus 33rd centimeters. That's 20 orders of magnitude smaller than the elementary particles. Can self-organization occur in this? At first, the answer would be, no, that's chaos, that's random, everything.
I paused it here because this quantum foam and the self-organization that he's speaking of actually happens non-stop all the time in my exact electrolysis alchemy experiments through the reactions and the quantum foam. That was the term I was looking at at the very start of this stream 12 hours ago when I was doing the recap, and Maury B. King, the legend and the expert in this field, the Grandmaster Hydrogen Plasma, professor, I guess, really wizard. But yeah, enough of that. I'll play this. We're exactly 13 hours in, so as soon as this is done, I'm going to bed. If I even make it that far, I have been kind of nodding off in the chair. This is just such excellent information, though. I really do want to get it out. And there was one last other, but no, Nan Madol will stay for another day. This is Maury B. King, the king of hydrogen.
Case to randomness. How can that occur? Well, self-organization can occur under certain circumstances. In fact, Ilya Prigogine won the Nobel Prize in 1977 for identifying the circumstances under which a system may evolve from chaos to self-organization. And the system had to require three characteristics. It had to be nonlinear, far from equilibrium, and have an energy flux through it. And it turns out the zero-point energy does fulfill these characteristics under certain circumstances. In fact, the energy flux itself comes from a higher dimensional space. Imagine this slot called flatland slot is a plane, and that's our three-dimensional space. By the way, this comes from brain theory now. They all jumped on board, which is the derivation of string theory, and the word brain means membrane. Our three-dimensional space is just one of the many parallel universes. This activity is orthogonal to our three-dimensional space. That's why it appears things pop in and go away, pop in and go away. They're coming from a higher dimension. When the energy passes through, it's incoherent fluctuations. That's the background vacuum fluctuations. When there's a slight tilt to it as it comes through, we call it a polarized vacuum. And when there's vorticity to it, it undergoes, makes the elementary particles. It's as if this flux is the flow of the river, and the vortex is like the whirlpool. So the flow of the river maintains the whirlpool. We see the whirlpool as an elementary particle. And thus, if it's the zero-point energy flux gives rise to every elementary particle, that means it gives rise to all of existence. Others jumped in on it. Brian Greene has written
gives rise to all of existence, the elementary atomic hydrogen.
Dimension universes and the parallel brains. And the hidden reality is dedicated to that. And the physicists take this stuff seriously. The engineers think they're off their rockers. They don't believe it. I like Lisa Randall's book. She's a Harvard professor, and she talks about some of the problems they have in physics with the standard model and the other things. She's willing to air their issues, and all their issues come from the zero-point energy, because it looks like we have an infinity embedded within. It's like we have an infinity embedded within a point. And what's really happening is there's just another dimension that's not part of their models. That's why it appears to be infinite. But if they start modeling the other dimension orthogonally, they'll make more coherent models. I like Robert Lachman. He's a Nobel laureate. He is basically on the same idea. He says everything arises from collectives, self-organization from collectives, everything including the laws of physics themselves. And I really applaud it, because that's what's required to get self-organization to come from the vacuum to become both the elementary particles as well as a possible energy source when we take that energy into plasmoids. So basically, to cohere the
13 hours into this marathon,
work with Prigogine's principles. We work with a highly nonlinear system like a plasma. We abruptly drive it far from equilibrium using an abrupt pulse, and we maximize the zero-point energy using the ions as well as vortex forms. Now, typical electrons in a conductor are called the conduction band electrons. It's modeled as an electron cloud, and that electron cloud is essentially in thermodynamic equilibrium with the zero-point energy, and thus we don't see that in our normal circuits. That's why in typical electrical circuits working with just electron conduction do not manifest excess energy. However, the nucleus of an atom, especially in a plasma, exhibits
I
a
am starting to
strong
fall asleep
field
as
lines
I've
of
been
vacuum
sitting for a minute.
polarization
I should get
converging
back
to it.
to
So
hooking
abrupt
up the
motion of
last
the
silver
nuclei,
experiment so I
this is
can
why
go to
abrupt
bed.
discharge in a plasma will activate the zero-point
Love
energy
you
in
all.
a coherent
Thank you
way.
all for being here.
So
Thank you
basically, if
everyone
you have
who
a
supports
surge,
this work,
very
makes
abrupt
it
motion of
possible.
ions, you can
Every
see how we
dollar
bend that
helps.
zero-point energy
And
flux into our
as
space,
you can
and the
see,
component that's
I
along
am
the
working
plane
these streets hard,
manifests
begging for
as extra
cash
voltage
because,
in the system. You
well,
seem to have
I
more
can
voltage
use
than you
it,
should have, but that's that
desperately
voltage
need
can be
it,
used to
but
extract
also
energy.
love
They
it.
see it in experiments, in the collision experiments with ions. They call it exotic vacuum states. And the plasmas in the ion acoustic mode means we're oscillating the ions at acoustical frequencies. They also exhibit large energetic anomalies. Excuse me. The anomalies include large radiant energy splits, runaway electrons, anomalous heating, and they typically take the form. They notice this even in the fusion experiments, the hot fusion experiments. They take the form of some type of plasmoid, some type of ball lightning shape, and they associate that with the anomalies and the energy. So they're seeing it. They're seeing it in the plasma experiments. They just can't say, "Oh my gosh, I'm getting extra energy." They'd be banished. Then they'd be joining us. Typically, it's a force-free vortex. It's like a slinky closing on itself. It naturally stabilizes there, as long as you have symmetry to launch them. The plasmoids cohere in the form of an energetic torus. This is a common theme. You've seen this theme quite a bit. The Thrive video stressed this theme. A lot of people have had this vision that the torus form is key to extracting energy. We see it, Nassam Harriman uses a double torus form, and he shows how it can guide the flows on the planet or the sun. It's an archetype. It keeps reappearing over and over and over again. David Lapointe did the same thing. He makes these, with bowl-shaped magnets, he's able to make these torus fields and show how they, in his plasma experiments, create the same shapes that we see out with the Hubble telescope. You see the same shapes. He says these are the archetype form of guiding self-organization is the dual torus. Here's a paper, if you like math, it was sponsored by NASA. It was also speculating there might be a zero-point energy fluctuation coherence. Basically, pair production is that these pairs spontaneously come out of the vacuum. That's an incredible self-organization event, right? To make these vortex rings, these elementary charges of that. And these two pairs are entangled, they're coupled to each other. And basically, this is just new this year. The physicists, Maldacena and Susskind, are suggesting entanglement can be modeled by a wormhole connecting the two pieces. And a good analogy for this is the follicosoliton. So if you can imagine that the plane of a swimming pool is like it represents our flatland slot, that represents our three-dimensional universe. There's these counter-rotating vortices that can be made just by scraping a frisbee across the plane. And they're connected by a thin filament. And if you put an ink drop in one of the vortex, it goes in and outlines the filament. Robert Kine made a video. He really talks about it. The follicosoliton is a two-dimensional analogy to that. If we can play this video, please. Push this one. You have to push this one.
The play button on the right line.
Play button on the right. Thank you.
It's a virtual particle.
There was the frisbee up the top. We scraped the frisbee on.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. That spot completely disappeared when the dimple was superposed right over it. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. It looks like gravitational lensing effect. It goes one dimple, then the other, into the shadow. This will be a keeper. There's some interesting.
Okay, back to slideshow. So there's an example of an analogy of something occurring in the plane where two separate things are actually coupled together. And that analogy is the point. That's how we get entanglement between electron-positron pairs. Even if they're separated in our three-dimensional space, they're still connected in the higher dimensional space. And if we connect in both directions, up and down, we can actually make a torus that's going orthogonal to the plane. And so thus we have a single entity that appears to be two separate things when looked at from our space, but are actually connected in the higher dimensional space. And this would be called the hypertorus. If you can play that video, this shows you how a hypertorus would rotate in a higher dimensional space. But when it's projected down to three space, we see it as an inside out type rotation where it goes inside out. Can you, oh, we won't play it. Just trust me. It takes too long to, oh, okay. He's getting better. So a higher dimensional rotation when projected down to three space appears to be inside out as it goes, but it's actually rotating in a higher dimensional space. And this, by the way, was a criticism of Wheeler's theory at first because he couldn't explain the complexity of elementary chart because they know it was some type of double rotation going on, and they kind of just use it math of quantum mechanics to explain it. But in fact, you have to go to sophisticated models like this to actually explain what's going on, and the physics community hasn't quite caught up yet. But when they do, let's just call them a bunch of kooks. A turnabout's fair play. Right? So basically, this higher dimensional flux is orthorotated by the toroid, by the it's a hyperspatial type of rotation. And that's why we get more energy twisting into our space. And that's why these plasmoid forms yield excess energy. They're orthorotating. Right? Ortho means at right angles. The energy. So thus, we can take any matter torus that's somewhat in the high energy state, give it an abrupt electrical pulse, and boom, we take it in a plasmoid, and at the moment it's converted to a plasmoid, it's orthorotating some of that 0-point energy. So the key is to make those torus. With the experimental evidence, Ken Scholler is one of my heroes. He just passed away this year. He's worked with launching a very simple experiment that launches a micron size charge cluster or one of these plasmoids at a micron size. He says from the sharp point, just give it abrupt pulse from a capacitor, and he'll launch one of those ball lightning-like entities, and when it hits a conductor, it makes a crater. What's happening microscopically is a blow-up of the point. A liquid melt. The tip starts to undergo a liquid metal melt. There's a slight protuberance of liquid metal that goes into the ionized corona around the tip. And then the tip blows off, and at the instant it blows off, you can see the circulation symmetrically just naturally makes a torus, makes a circular flow that makes the vortex rings. That's how they launch the plasmoids. The trouble is when you work with a solid tip, you'll wear the tip right off. So what Ken does, he made like a fountain pen. He replenishes the tip with liquid metal. So he feeds liquid metal into his launcher, so he doesn't destroy the tip. It just gets replenished each time. So he's able to repeatedly launch these plasmoid forms. He called them electron volitum, stands for Latin for strong charge, EV. Later on, when he was convinced he had excess energy from the 0-point energy itself, he called them exotic vacuum objects, EVOs. They contain about 100 billion electrons, 100,000 ions. The charge to mass ratio is always in the form of the electron. It always seems to settle out at that particular value, no matter how big the entity is. It keeps cutting that charge to mass ratio, and they contain excessive energy. They can form up into chains into the plasma environment around them. He made positive ones. This is very important because it proves it's not a collection of positrons, because when they hit a metal plate and dissipate, he doesn't get the gamma rays that you would expect from electron-positron annihilation. He's gotten to the essence of what makes charge itself from the vacuum. This self-organized mode that ends up making charge from the clay of the vacuum fluctuations itself. I told him this is the most significant of the experimental finds because he's getting to the essence of self-organization from the vacuum itself. And once again, the charge to mass ratio is like the positron. He makes them in pairs, and they spiral around each other. When they hit the plate, they make a dual crater. He makes dark ones. They go dormant, and it looks like you can't see them anymore, but just another small pulse reactivates them. So we have energy storage in this high energy mode that can be reactivated to exhibit more energy. So you're kind of in a matter cluster mode at that high energy state, which can be reactivated. Keep that in mind when we talk about the water clusters. So basically here are the anomalies. They like to adhere to dielectrics. They bore holes in high melting point ceramics. And here's the important point. When they do so, it's not from heat. It's like it's a coherent form of energy that makes the atomic bonds just let go, no matter how hot it does. Keep that in mind when we talk about the Brown's gas torch. Even claims of element transmutation and radioactive reduction. And when we talk about Mark Leclerc's work later this afternoon, we're going to see the same claims. The same phenomena is occurring from plasmoids and from what Mark Leclerc has discovered. So we have clusters coherently combine into a vortex or a vortex ring. They can cascade. Ken Shoulders discovered that. If he takes one EV and uses it to stimulate the next launcher down, he can make a bigger one. In fact, if he lines up the launchers, he can make a centimeter-sized one coming off the end. And he didn't like those. They were too big, too powerful. Whenever they hit a piece of metal in the lab, the EMP that would come off of that would fry his equipment. He didn't want to touch the big ones. It was just too dangerous. And by the way, this makes a perfect unipolar switch where you need to get the energy to propagate down and not reflect back. His biggest energetic discovery is not really well known because he didn't publish it, but he shared it verbally with me. He says when he makes a vortex of water through one of the bore holes, the hole's about 10 microns long, and he shoots one of these EV down through that vortex. There's such a coherent pulse of energy that comes through this, it damages anything that it hits. He couldn't figure out a way to tap it. He said the analogy is like shooting a bullet at a windmill blade. It would just go right through. However, we were brainstorming at the Tesla conference with Jeff Hayes, and he's a big proponent of the Tesla turbine. The Tesla turbine works on the principle of just shooting something through the gap, and the boundary layer makes it go. So maybe a Tesla turbine can tap Shoulders' EV water vortex. So that's kind of an exciting possibility. Any type of larger plasma vortexes can cohere the zero-point energy. It's like we entrain the ether into a vortex form, a coherent form. They see it both in the laboratories, and of course, the nature of your tornadoes. Means that tornadoes themselves, as well as lightning themselves, could cohere the zero-point energy. It could be zero-point energy activators. In fact, anytime you have any type of abrupt plasma discharge, it's likely to have zero-point energy activation. There's inventions made on this principle. These vortex engines, they make a big vortex and they ionize as much as they can. This is the most suppressed invention of all the inventions. These are flat. We hear about them and then boom, they're gone. Energetic clusters can form in inert gases. This is the basis of the PAP engine. The rare earths, great experiment because they don't combine with anything. They don't combust. And yet, when you make a cluster, if you hit them with a laser, they see this in the standard literature. They exhibit this explosive impulse that comes from them. So they're puzzled by that. What's going on? And they show their structure to these clusters. So you make the clusters by hitting it with a lot of voltage spikes. And that was the basis of the PAP engine. I recommend issue 51 of the Energy magazine that completely dedicated to the PAP engine. PAP had 3 patents on the engine. And Russ Griesel covered this later. Basically had some radioactive material to keep the plasma ionized. It wasn't really the source of the energy. But notice when the chamber closes, when the piston closes up, it's carved to make a large vortex ring. So he has these little clusters that are ionized, the plasmoid clusters, and he cascades them to a large one, a very large one. And I think that's the key to really driving the PAP engine. There's been replication attempts. Bob Rohner has presented at the Tesla conference. Daniel Roberts came in and he said, it's easier if we work with like a turbine, we just have to hit them with the blades. But I'm afraid when we make really good EVs being injected, we'll start to put craters on those blades. Russ Grease is here with us at the conference, so he could be giving a presentation later, so I'll let him cover this. But he started an open source project. I highly recommend his paper that was an extraordinary Science and Technologists, just came out this year. It was a very thorough paper. Energetic clusters can form in water. The reason I like water, it's the easiest of experiments. It allows the garage guys to all do it. Everybody can play around with this idea. Peter Gnu had an extremely simple experiment. He's an MIT professor, and he's given talks over this for years. This is from one of his talks. And he was able to photograph the plasmoid film with high-speed photography coming from his chamber. His chamber was very simple, just a small water container. And he would do the abrupt discharge from a capacitor. You know how much energy was on the capacitor. He'd throw the weight up in the air and see how high it goes. He says, well, I'm getting almost force. And he mentioned, oh, I also blow out my bolts. And I said, you're blowing out the bolts? You didn't even measure that? Oh, that would be conservative. I said, oh my gosh, you didn't even get to where the real energy's at. Excuse me. Gary Johnson, Kansas State University professor, repeated the experiment, but he designed it so his chamber would blow apart, and he made the spherical weights, a hollow chamber. And then when he did the discharge from the capacitor, they go flying up the guide wires. He could photograph how high they went up, and now he proved there's both an energy anomaly and a force anomaly. And he knows how much input energy he had on the capacitor. And the key thing on these experiments, that the discharge has to be very, very abrupt. If it's not abrupt enough, you just get a normal discharge in water, nothing special happens. But there's a certain threshold that would be hit where all this activity happens. Harold Aspen's written about this for years, about the enormous explosive effects from these pulse ion discharges in water. Here's a website where they want to try to use that as a principle. Well, it's pretty tough. If you're starting down at the water, at the ground state, and we're effectively in these big discharges, making plasmoid in the chamber to blow it apart. Stan Meyer was using this as the basis of his final invention, was the injector plug. There was basically a pulse plasmoid device. He would mix water, ionized air, and rare gas. Here's a top view of it. It's kind of like a little shower head. He put the three things in, and boom, he would give it a big spark, and it would have the anomalous force on the piston. It was a complicated device because they had to pre-ionize the air with the laser. Brown's gas is even simpler still. So we're going to say Brown's gas is just not hydrogen, oxygen, but it's that secondary gas, electrically expanded water or charged water gas clusters. We want to see that the modeling fulfills both. It was a welding application that Yul Brown applied to Brown's gas. That's where you notice the anomalies. The big anomaly is a very cool flame. You can quickly pass your hand through it without burning your hand, a little bit above the boiling point of water. It doesn't even boil water, yet it can vaporize tungsten. Look at that temperature, about 10,000 degrees. This was the big clue. It says not one welding torch can come up to the vaporization temperature of tungsten, and this little tiny Brown's gas torch, it's hardly even hot, can do it. It told me everything. It was the key discovery. I said, holy cow, you got yourselves one of those EVs in there. You're making the same thing that Cone Shoulders was making and observing the same thing. It causes the atoms just to let go. It's not heat that's doing the welding. It's a coherent effect coming from the plasmoids, these EV plasmoids. The anomalies pretty well can cut through anything. Claims of element transmutation. We'll get into that when we get to Mark Leclerc's work. The biggie, the cool flame that can sublimate tungsten. It's not addressed in the scientific community. They just ignore this. To me, it's incredible. George Weissman, I credit him for making a discovery called electrically expanded water. He made the announcement in 1996. He said electric shock is observed when the water implodes spontaneously. He's not putting the engine, you just notice it in storage when it implodes. He'll get electric shock, and there's some type of liquid crystal structure. He was surmising that. There's been some replication. Ron Mitchell replicated this. When you make the secondary gas, it manifests as fog. That's what you see. Most of the time, this is not happening in the electrolyzers. You get it, but when it's going really, really well, what George Weissman observes in his transparent electrolyzers, he says when it's going really well, there's lots and lots of turbulence going on and a lot of activity. And you start to see the fog coming off. And he thought, oh, I'm making a lot more hydrogen. But I think it's the other way around. It was the turbulence that caused the cavitation to make the secondary gas. And that's why you see a lot more coming off. It manifests as fog. When you see it coming off, fog coming off your electrolyzers, you know you're on track. The water gas is heavier than air. You can fill a balloon. This is a garage guy experiment. Store the balloon for a day or so, vent away all the hydrogen. Balloons can't hold hydrogen very well, and it still exhibits the balloon torch experiment. George says just fill a little water bottle with it and carefully turn it over and take the lid off and let the hydrogen vent away. And then when you spark it, you'll see an imploding ring go down. There's a heavier than air gas stored. That's the secondary gas. Leads to the action item for chemistry departments. Create some Brown's gas, vent away the hydrogen, study the residual gas. Does it burn? Does it still exhibit the Brown's gas torch anomalies? What is that gas? What is its structure? This is straight up chemistry departments. They pretty well have not looked at it except for one. That's Chris Ekman, did it at Idaho State University. And what he did, he found out, gee, it's not diatomic hydrogen, not monatomic hydrogen. It appears to be gaseous water with the excess electrons, and he confirmed the low temperature of the flame and the vaporization of the tungsten. So what we're going to find out, cavitation is the key to making that water gas cluster. Mark LeClaire contacted me in 2011, and it was like a perfect fit. I did not know what the structure was, or what the structure was. It was his work that gave us the key. Creates microscopic craters, carves trenches, even transmuting elements, and it creates these water clusters, all from his experiment that manifests excess energy. He connected the dots, and this afternoon we'll talk about his work and his discovery, because if his experimental work repeats, it will change the world because it's so simple. We know about ultrasonics and sonoluminescence. This is a symmetrical bubble collapse. When we hit water with ultrasonics, typically mixed with some inert gas, the bubble collapses symmetrically, and we see a light getting emitted. This bluish light, if it were thermal, would appear to be at a huge temperatures, above 10,000 degrees. It would look, people got excited, says if that's thermal, then we can use this for hot fusion. Now, Julian Schwinger, a Nobel Prize winner, said, no, that abrupt compression is cohering to zero-point energy. So we got a Nobel laureate suggesting that in the model. And that abrupt correction is actually, compression actually coheres to zero-point energy and gives it off as light. So the good news is we're getting some zero-point energy cohered. The bad news is we're dissipating as light, and we're really not getting that much in this experiment. However, something happens when the bubble is near a surface or an irregularity. Instead of collapsing symmetrically, it starts to form into a torus, and going through the whole of the donut of the torus is the reentrant jet. And all the energy of that collapsing bubble goes to compress down into that reentrant jet, and there's extreme pressure. So we're going from a micron scale down to a nanometer scale. And under those extreme pressures, about 300,000 psi, we form a solid state of water, a macroionic water crystal. And this was the discovery of Mark LeClaire, an expert on cavitation. And he says these carved trenches, and at the tip of it is what he called a plasma bow shock wave. It's the active where he thinks the zero-point energy coherence. And I says, my gosh, that is identical to Ken Shoulder's EVs. It cemented the deal. He made the same phenomena except using water. What could be simpler? And so there it is. We'll talk about it this afternoon. It manifests as self-acceleration. Ken Shoulders observed this thing as well. If you let it keep running, it keeps accelerating, accelerating, accelerating. They see a propulsion effect going on. it's like this plasmoid is propelling itself and building up extra energy. And that's how it gets to the transmutation. He has to let it build up its energy first before it strikes the surface to cause the nuclear reactions. Here's a model. We'll talk about it that he drew. Basically, there's a linear axis of water molecules. In the solid state, the water molecule is actually 180 degrees apart. It's not as traditional because we're in a solid state form at this point. We're a water crystal. And Chris Ekman discovered a little bit of preliminary evidence of linear water with excess electrons. That's what his discovery was. And he realized that would not be stable just as a lone molecule. It would have to participate in some type of cluster to be stable. And where that type of thing happens is Rydberg matter. This is in the standard literature where a number of atoms participate together in a coherent structure where the electrons are way out at the d orbitals. So the electrons are in a high energy state. This crystal can actually form into loops. And these loops are stable under half a micron. And so this is basically the model. The electrically expanded water, we have the electrons out at the d orbitals. The hydrogen likes to hug it. The internal structure has the linear water closing into a loop. So everybody's model is fulfilled. You have the torus form. You have the electrically expanded water. This can polarize. They've seen polarization chains. Observed because it's flexible. They've observed these bubbles, but they like to hug each other. Andrea Puharch talks about that. A lot of people thought they were hydrogen bubbles, right? But these are actually the water cluster bubbles. And thus, when you take one of those water crystal rings, hit it with abrupt pulse, boom, we make the plasmoid. So many inventors have cavitated the water inadvertently. Didn't mean to, they just end up doing it. Very typical is electrolysis gas. In the narrow gaps, the electrodes have a rough surface. Paul Zaguris made them extremely tight gaps. This is hard to do, under a millimeter. He roughened his plates just by sandblasting. He said they're very important that that 45-degree angle makes a sharp-lip crater on the plates. So he was the best at making plates. Could make it well. Here's a picture of a sandblaster. And he would just pull water in from the bottom. He actually made a car to run on it, and out would come the gas. He could just suck the water in, out would come the gas from the electrolyzer. Another way to make turbulence is just blow air through it. Archie Blue did that. Didn't know why, right? But it makes the turbulence and it makes the cavitation. A mechanical vibration, as we pointed out in Massa, he intentionally cavitates by jerking paddles, making jerk very fast. And he's able to run an engine with no air input at all. He's able to store the gas under pressure because it's not hydrogen, and he allows the storage to leak away the hydrogen. And I highly recommend this video. The white gas smoke is generated, so he sees the fog gas. And Massa is the closest to having a consistent protocol to generate this gas.
東京大田区のプラントメーカー、日本テクノ。日本テクノの大政社長が開発したこの攪拌機。従来のようなプロペラが回転するものではなく、低周波の振動で攪拌する。中の水は安定して循環するという。洗剤を入れても泡が全く立たない。一体なぜか。通常電気分解すると酸素と水素が発生する。しかし大政社長が過去にこの攪拌機を使ってメッキをしたところ、難点とされる大きな泡や水素の爆発が発生しなかった。
振動が伝わっているために表面張力が壊れてですね、泡が形成しようとっても壊れちゃうんですね。だから泡は作りたくても作れない状態がこの現象じゃないかというふうに言われてるんですね。
これをヒントにした大政社長、水に電気を流すと白い煙のようなものが。これは酸水素ガス。普通の電気分解だと水素と酸素のガスが別々に出てくる。このガスは振動攪拌機でないと得られない。
酸素と水素のガスがですね、元素が ナノ、マイクロバブルになって出るところが従来のですね、電気分解と全く違うんですね。そしてあと安全な酸素と水素の私の考えでは結合体のガスが得られると。
水素ガスは分子が細かいため、容器などに保存しても漏れやすい。しかし、このガスは2年近く同じ圧力で保存されている。大政社長は酸素と水素、2つの分子が結合し、特殊な構造を作っているからだと考える。ガスの用途はまずバーナーの燃料だ。温度はおよそ700度で、火の中では低い方だが、鉄板を切断できるほどのエネルギーに変わるという。さらに新たな用途も生まれようとしている。東京海洋大学の伊藤教授、7月に酸水素ガスを用いてある実験を成功させた。タンクに溜めた酸水素ガスを燃料に小型エンジンを動かすことができた。空気の取り込み口は塞いでいる。ガスの中に酸素があるため、燃焼時に空気中の酸素が必要ないからだ。水からできた燃料のため、燃焼後はまた水に戻り、有害な排ガスは発生しないという。
非常に安定な圧力を加えても爆発しない。インフラとして整備して自由に給油と同じように給ガスができるような状況が作れれば、自動車の燃料として置き換わる可能性というのは十分にあって、
ガスの正体を調べようと大政社長は液化を試みた。酸素はマイナス183度、水素はマイナス253度で液化するが、このガスはおよそマイナス178度で液化した。
構造はわからないにしても、新しい、地球上で水の第二の水ができた。エンジンとか発電機だとか、今化石燃料に変わるものが水から作れてまた水に戻るというふうに、究極のね、地球を救うね、燃料ですよね。全ての燃料にしたい。
解明できていない部分が多い酸水素ガス。だが、大きな可能性を秘めている。
Oscillating fields. Exogen technology was lead engineer Stephen Barry Chambers. Stephen Barry Chambers' sister was Marilyn Chambers, who happened to be the wife of Stan Myers. So after Stan died, she took all the plans to her brother. They founded Exogen. He has 3 patents. They're all the same. And what's unusual about his patent? He did one thing unusual. He puts a toroidal coil under the water. Now, who in the right mind does that? Why would you put an electrical component under the water? But to make a long story short, an oscillating toroidal coil will make an oscillating electric field around it. And if you have charged water clusters, they'll oscillate with it. And in that oscillation, will create the turbulence, which creates the cavitation. Just do it straight up with ultrasonics. Interesting web article here that says not only do you use an ultrasonic transducer, but use some zinc oxide crystals, because that piezoelectric will generate some voltage for you that helps emit a burnable gas that they think is hydrogen. And this came from the University of Wisconsin a couple years ago, that they just some of these piezoelectric crystals in ultrasonic stimulation. So this is a good idea to make that gas. And another improvement is just to sputter the water through the electrolyzer, to go cavitate it and charge it by electrostatic rubbing. This work comes from Provinslick, bubbles and steam electricity. And basically what he describes is thundercloud dynamics. We're mimicking thundercloud dynamics, or the dynamics of a Van de Graaff generator. Same type of dynamics. So with the still water acts as the dielectric belt, and the rough conductive plates act as the combs. So basically, we can start trying these means of cavitating the water. Sputter the water across the bottom of the electrolyzer, use a cavitating pump to circulate the water through the electrolyzers to make a lot more of the clusters. Let the plates vibrate themselves. It's called reed cavitation, like the reeds of a harmonica. and that would help cavitate the water, get circulation and vibrate your apparatus. And so the goal is to use these principles to make a self-running system. Self-running system, it's basically you run a gen set, you let the output from your generator drive the electronics, to drive the electrolyzer. 2 teams have claimed success. There are ways to cheat. You can hide alcohol, any hydrocarbons, so you have to make sure you're not cheating. So if you do it yourself, you know you're not cheating. There's chemical reactions that can work with hydrogen, but because they wanted to go open source, they weren't looking for money. I recommend these studying their work because I think these guys were honest. Steve Eaton made an announcement in 2010, self-ran with the generator, the Troy Belt generator, and he had some power left over to light the bulbs. Here's his device, very narrow gap, 1/32nd of an inch. He used a spiral line to cause the water and gas to sputter up like a barbershop hole. He found he had a big one. He didn't know about circulation, so he had to make a large one to get the over-unity effect. Oliver and Valentine worked with a very poor generator. This thing might only be 15% efficient. And they worked with a very good cell with fragile gaskets that could vibrate. And that cell is, I think, the trick of why they were successful. And they rode on an elevator for about 8 minutes in a closed loop fashion. So, and Stefan Hartman made a really fun video that we'll show at the very end, spicing in the Apple commercial because they think, voila, they made the breakthrough and they're trying to share it with the world. So in wrapping up, 0-point energy exists. It can be it can become an energy source when self-organization occurs, forms the plasmoids, and if you make vortexes of them, you even get more energy coherent. Cavitation makes the reentrant jet, which makes the water crystal that can form into the ring, and then the charged water gas cluster looks like fog. And when we take that cluster and give it an abrupt pulse, we make the plasmoid. And when we have the plasmoids in the internal combustion engine, we make a huge anomalous force that taps the 0-point energy. And our action items, chemistry department, make Brown's gas, remove the hydrogen, what the heck is left? And inventors, make a self-looping system, and then share your information with the world so others can do likewise, because together we will make a new world. Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple ads. I've got the cover story of the December issue of Infinite Energy magazine. The books are out there on the table. And this is the website where you can download all the information, every PowerPoint presentation, including this presentation. Just Google water, fuel, ZPE. Thanks again. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and put on Stefan Hartman's film because it's fun.
How long is that film? I was going to say, can you take a couple questions?
60 seconds.
Okay. Will you take a couple questions after that, Maury?
Sure.
Yeah, we've got a little time.
Well, how come you were rushing me if we had a little time? Oh, cool.
Well, I have 2 questions. One is, when we were doing this a long time ago, this is like 20 years ago, we started finding when you move the water, weird things happen that made it way, way more efficient. Have they, from what you said here, have they got that down to not quite a science yet where they can get that, like you're saying, the fog every time? Because when we were looking at stuff, we found that maybe 15% of it would be what we call the water gas. It was basically a new form of water, but the rest would be hydrogen and oxygen. With this way, are they getting it like, what percentage of it now is that stuff that isn't hydrogen or oxygen now? What are they able to get up to?
Excellent point. Basically, we don't want to make hydrogen. So what you want to do is cut back the current. Hydrogen are proportional to current. You just want high voltage stimulation. So you want to minimize your electrolyte, right? Maximize your turbulence, and maximize your cavitation.
why don't we go ahead and show this quick film, and then we'll pick up the quick Q&A.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess we can answer questions.
Where can we access this presentation?
You already said that.
Google water fuel ZPE. And the PezWiki site will be the first hit. It'll be under subsequent material.
Okay. We know about cavitation with ultrasonic. You also mentioned you can create cavitation with vibration on the plates of the fuel cell. Yeah.
Okay, that's your question.
No. Can you use audible frequencies to vibrate plates and cause cavitation?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you get a little more at ultrasonics, but yes, you can. It can definitely. Okay. In fact, I think it happens at all different frequencies. The idea is to get the plates to move together.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, she has the microphone.
You were stating that the particular motor they were using that ran for 8 minutes was a very low efficiency motor, like getting 15% efficiency. What about using a higher efficiency motor?
Yeah, like Steve Eaton. Duh. Well, they were working on a very low budget. These are like garage guy hobbyists. In fact, they went to all that trouble to jerry-rig the timing. And you just saw in the video. That was a lot of trouble.
So
I personally would recommend spending a little more money.
You're also saying that those high energy, like water bullets, I'm kind of new to this, but water bullets, they said they work better on a turbine, but that will tear up the turbine blades. What about magnetic turbine blades?
Right. This was a Tesla turbine that doesn't have blades. That was a big thing about the Tesla turbine. Yeah, boundary layers. Good point.
I don't actually need to buy it. I can probably just speak up. You mentioned somebody who was creating rough surfaces on their plate for surface topology. I don't remember who it was, but they said that 45 degrees angle inclination was important when creating the surface topology. Can you elucidate on why, or do you have any ideas?
Yes. With the craters from the strikes from the silicon carbide, this is microscopically, would end up having very sharp lips on the crater. And when you see cavitating pumps like Griggs does in this patent, he stresses the importance of the sharp lips on the edge of the holes, on the irregularities. And Zagoras just lucked into discovering it.
Thank you.
Oh, another question adjacent.
When you're making the H2 gas and you're getting this fog coming out of the experiment, what makes you think that that's not just steam from deep?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out what's the temperature of it. on the video of who replicated it, said it was very cool. It was a very cool fog to the touch. So that could be an indication it's not steam.
I have a question about the longitudinal or the Amperian forces in the spark gap that was launching a weight into the air in one of the presentations. So this thing on Amperian forces and closed loop systems, if you do a high current discharge into an electrode that has another electrode on top that is in a closed loop system, you observe a lot more force, newtons of force than what Maxwell equations allow for. So I'm curious, with producing hydrogen, is there ways to control that to make the ortho and para hydrogens more efficiently so then you get the exact burn you wish, like how to actually change the molecules either through electrostatic or electromagnetic interferences, like filters going through there?
Okay, to interpret the question, I'll answer by saying the point of the presentation is we don't want hydrogen, either ortho or para. By the way, ortho and para are very close in its enthalpy. The ortho is a little more. 3/4 of normal hydrogen is ortho, and then 1/4 is para. On the electrodes themselves, Grenouille's experiment is just straight across, just pretty simple geometry.
Hey, thanks for being here. Really enjoyed it. If I ran moist air through a 25 kV spark gap, just click, 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 what would I get?
Well, lightning.
Really? I mean, if you ran that into a car engine, is it going to start getting 9 miles per gallon or what?
I think it'll require a little more than that. We need to get this cluster form. That's my opinion, coming from the cavitation. So if you've got an ultrasonic transducer and we've got some of these cluster forms, and then start sparking that, that fog that comes off, it might get us there. So I'd love to see that as an experiment because it would simplify things all the more. We could get the electrical stimulation out of making the gas and just say it's coming straight from the fog, from the cavitation fog. But we still might need some electrical input because we're polarizing and we're getting the charge to separate on the cluster itself. So it's not clear yet. Nobody's really tried experiments along the lines that I've been suggesting because they all say, no, it's hydrogen. You're not going to tell me any different. And that's how far I get. Right?
I was under the impression that if you start doing cavitation of aluminum, that you would get transmutation of many, many elements across the periodic table, including the ones above 90, which could be radioactive. And if you start playing those games, you could make yourself sick with radioactivity. You didn't touch on that at all that I heard about, or did I miss it?
You didn't miss it. It's happening at 4:30. Mark Leclerc, the inventor. Tune in at 4:30. 10-2.
I think we have time for just one more question. Anybody?
I was wondering if you, if there was a common frequency that was noticed, or if there were common patterns that were noticed at the moment of cavitation. I would suspect they would have something to do with multiples of gold ratio.
Okay, I can address the frequency question. Basically, what Zagoras got the right idea. We're running these things at kilohertz frequencies, very typical in the kilohertz bands with pulsing, and everybody's thinking, oh, that's the resonance of the water molecule itself. It's not. Water molecule's up there at the terahertz band, but at those frequencies, those are very good frequencies for cavitating. And so what they're doing is they're making the entire apparatus mechanically vibrate at those frequencies. And when you have water and gas coming off and everything else, that characteristic frequency tends to change. And what Zagoras did in his electronics, he would keep changing his stimulation frequency to match the mechanical resonance of the whole system. And thus we do have a resonance, but it's not just of the simple water molecule, it's of the entire apparatus.
Lori, thank you. I think that's it. We're out of time, so let's give a big hand to Lori.
Thank you.
All right, like there were some serious gold nuggets in that Moray B. King Global Breakthrough Energy Movement conference lecture there, and posting it one more time in the live chat, the link to Global BEM YouTube channel and that full presentation. We are, you know what? We're 14 hours and going strong. We're a lot, I think, not quite, if 2 more hours and America will be celebrating the 4th of July and I can hop on to bed or to someone else's 4th of July streams. Just rescheduled Real Science episode 41 from today, an hour ago. Oops, 2 hours ago. I think it was scheduled for maybe an hour ago, one or the other. But for Wednesday now, so it'll be on July 5th. Jeremiah, if you want to hop on right now, though, to do some of the plasma EVO stuff that you are working on, good sir, by all means, let's get her done right now if you're up for it, my friend. Otherwise, it'll have to be on the 5th. And it's a great time of year for all. There we go. Updated. It is updated. Happy 4th, everyone. 2023 Tester Lab. Happy 4th of July to you as well, fam. And CC not sure. Oh, who is that? Is that if Elkman, that's you in the background, and you just need, it's that you can't verify. I will change the settings. If that's not Elkman, I don't know who it is. Elkman, you're welcome to join. Any open panel comments, come on up. Let's discuss as I get to this last. Nothing is visible. The magic happens. Yeah. Let's see here. So, what do I have visible? Here we have this most recent. This was straight monoatomic silver collection. Only silver. Compressed down. Now we're trying to make some more here, but I got to get this guy fully reacting with the 2 other coins that are almost set up. So while I finally finish doing that, we've got one more for all of you. Beautiful, beautiful souls. Nanmadol. Macro terraformed. Redonkulous.
To the pyramids of Giza, to the Moai statues of Easter Island, and the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, these sites force us to rethink what our forefathers were capable of, and whether the facts contained in our history books might not tell the whole story of our past. In the middle of the endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean in Micronesia, there lies a megalithic site as inexplicable and mysterious as any on Earth. A site which has been a breeding ground of legends and secrets for centuries. And yet, despite its status as one of the most enigmatic and unique ancient sites in the world, most people have probably never heard the name Nan Madol. There is perhaps a good reason for this. The Micronesian island of Ponape is truly in the middle of nowhere. Off its shores to the east lie more than 5,000 miles of open ocean, until you hit California, while to the west, another 2,500 miles of ocean to Manila in the Philippines. The island itself is small and mostly insignificant, a mere 13 miles of inhospitable terrain from end to end, covered in thick jungles and mangrove swamps, with a steep mountain rising in the middle. Yet, despite its remote location and inhospitable terrain, Ponape is home to the remains of megalithic architecture on an unparalleled scale in Micronesia. In the shallow waters off its eastern shores stands an unfathomable stone complex, 92 artificial islets built on top of a coral reef over an area a mile long, all linked by an elaborate network of stone-lined canals. These stone canals give the place its name, Nan Madol, which translates to within the intervals. In more modern times, Nan Madol has been given another name, the Venice of the Pacific. It is not hard to see why. Throughout the complex are a series of unbelievable structures made from enormous basalt stones, walls standing as high as 58 feet tall and measuring as much as 17 feet thick, columns and buildings, all made from stones which weigh anywhere from 5 to 50 tons, stacked in the manner which one might construct a log cabin. Astonishingly, it has been estimated that over 750,000 tons of stone were used in the site's construction. As David Childress, who conducted several investigations at Nan Madol in the 1980s and 90s, put it, the whole project is of such huge scale that it easily compares with the building of the Great Wall of China and the Great Pyramid of Egypt in sheer amounts of stone and labor used, and the gigantic scope of the site. Simply, Nan Madol is without a doubt one of the most astonishing megalithic sites anywhere on Earth, and in fact, the only one ever built atop a coral reef. But who could have built such a thing? In modern times, carbon dating conducted on the stone megaliths at the site suggests that Nan Madol's construction began around 1180 AD, leading to the conclusion that Nan Madol was built by the Sodalor dynasty, which ruled the island of Pohnpei at that time. According to this theory, when the Sodalors were overthrown in the late 1600s, the site was abandoned, leaving the mysterious ruins which remain to this day. And yet, additional studies done at the site indicate that the earliest settlement there goes back well beyond 1180 AD, to the 2nd century BC, or maybe even beyond. Perhaps the mystery of Nan Madol goes many years beyond the Sodalor dynasty. If Nan Madol was built 1,000 years ago by the Sodalor dynasty, a simple question arises. How did they do it? Firstly, no stone quarries exist in the immediate vicinity of the site, meaning the enormous basalt stones which make up Nan Madol must have been transported there from elsewhere. But how? The island of Pohnpei is too rugged to get stones across, meaning that whether Nan Madol's builders got the stones from the island or another small island somewhere else in the area, they would have had to float them across the ocean to the site. Initially, some proposed that they could have done this using bamboo rafts, a theory which was quickly invalidated when the sheer weight of the stones used in Nan Madol was considered. In fact, in 1995, a Discovery Channel special on Nan Madol tried using bamboo rafts to float stones weighing 1 to 2 tons, only a fraction of the size of those used in the site's construction, but found the rafts quickly sunk. But say, for the sake of argument, that Nan Madol's builders were able to get the huge basalt stones to the site, whether with rafts or by another unknown method. This still does not explain how the stones were lifted and stacked into buildings and walls and canals by people who did not even have pulleys or levers or other modern technological advancements. Even today, to lift a 50-ton stone is a great undertaking, requiring a powerful crane and an experienced crew. So how could a population hundreds of years in the past without such a crane or even basic instruments of leverage have accomplished it? But again, even if the Sodalors were able to transport the huge stones to Nan Madol somehow, then lift and place them without pulleys or levers, this still leaves a hole in the explanation. At the time of the Sodalor dynasty, the population of the entire island of Pohnpei is estimated to have been between 20,000 and 30,000 people, including children and the elderly. Simply, this population doesn't line up with the labor required to complete a project like Nan Madol. The desolate island could barely support the day-to-day lives of its inhabitants, let alone an undertaking like the building of Nan Madol. Some have estimated that, given Pohnpei's population and the number of working-age people on the island, Nan Madol's creation would have taken more than 3 centuries. What all of this means is simple. Though scientists believe Nan Madol was built by the Sodalor dynasty around 800 years ago, they actually have no idea how it was built. To answer that question, we may have to look somewhere else. According to the oral history of the Pohnpeian people, Nan Madol has a very specific origin. It begins with the story of a group of 7 men and 9 women who set out from somewhere across the ocean looking for a new home sometime in the distant past. During their journey, they met an octopus spirit who directed them to an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. But it was a trick, and when they arrived, the island was no bigger than a canoe, nowhere near large enough to settle on. Luckily, the travelers possessed magic powers which allowed them to call the rest of the island above the water. And there they settled, building a stone altar in the middle and naming the island Pohnpei, which meant upon a stone altar. Over centuries, 5 more groups of settlers would arrive on the island, each bringing secret magical knowledge of how to move mountains, raise reefs, and shape the island, building, over time, a flourishing civilization. Eventually, a 7th group arrived, bringing the mightiest sorcerers yet, the brothers Olosipa and Olosopa. It was these brothers who built Nan Madol by using their magic powers to fly huge basalt stones through the air as if they were weightless, and stacking them into islets, canals, walls, and buildings. So powerful was their magic that the brothers conquered Pohnpei, founding what came to be known as the Sodalor dynasty. In some ways, this oral history fills in the story of the island of Pohnpei back to a time before history was written, a tale of conquest, civilization building, and dynastic rule, explained through a dramatic myth. But look closer at the story, and specifically the ability of the brothers Olosipa and Olosopa to levitate huge stones weighing up to 50 tons through the air using some sort of magic. Some have suggested that this was not magic and that the story was not myth at all, but rather the folk memory of a lost technology. But what type of lost technology could have allowed an ancient people to levitate enormously heavy stones through the air? If you've watched our channel before, you probably already know the answer. It is called acoustic levitation, described as a technique of raising heavy stones by matching the sound frequency of matter, rendering it weightless and moving it into place. Consider the ancient megalithic sites around the world built from huge stones which would seemingly have been impossible for the ancients to have moved, let alone used for construction, from Stonehenge to the Great Pyramid of Giza, and many, many others. According to some, the existence of these megalithic sites suggests that the ancients may have mastered the art of levitation through sonics or some other obscure method that allowed them to defy gravity and manipulate massive objects with ease. Adding to the intrigue is the fact that in almost every culture where megalithic structures exist, there's some kind of legend that says the huge stones were moved by acoustic means, either by the chanted spells of magicians, by secret songs, or by massive gongs, trumpets, lyres, or cymbals. If you want to know more about the secrets of acoustic levitation, make sure to watch our video exploring the subject in detail by clicking the top right corner or opening the link in the top pinned comment. But could acoustic levitation have been utilized at Nan Madol? Might it be the secret behind an ancient people moving and stacking stones of many tons, recorded in local history as 2 brothers with magic powers? Perhaps. Or perhaps there was another explanation for Nan Madol which is even more incredible. For centuries, Pohnpeian tradition has warned of the terrible powers associated with Nan Madol. Locals believe that the site is looked after by spirits placed there by the ancients to protect it from outsiders, and that anyone who disturbs the site will be cursed. Maybe this is just a myth enacted by locals to discourage colonial powers from damaging their history. But what if it isn't? Outsiders from Europe first reached the island of Pohnpei in the early 1800s, whereupon they immediately took note of the ruins at Nan Madol. One of the earliest to do so was the surgeon of a trading ship named Dr. Campbell, who eloquently recorded the site in an 1836 paper titled Island of Ascension. In his words, Nan Madol was the work of a race of men far surpassing the present generation, over whose memory many ages have rolled, and whose history oblivion has shaded forever, whose greatness and whose power can only now be traced from the scattered remains of the structures they have reared, which now wave with evergreens over the ashes of their departed glory, leaving to posterity the pleasure of speculation and conjecture. For decades, that's all European knowledge about Nan Madol amounted to, speculation and conjecture. Until the 1870s, when a Polish anthropologist named Johann Kubary arrived at Pohnpei in the midst of an historic journey. Kubary had taken a job with a trading company in 1869, which sent him across the world to the Pacific Islands. There, he visited the islands of Samoa, Palau, Eben, Jaluit, and others, gathering never-before-seen samples and earning a reputation as one of the greatest collectors on Earth. In 1873, he arrived at the island of Pohnpei, where he would undertake the first systematic exploration and description of the ruins at Nan Madol, no longer gazing from afar, as Europeans before him had, but diving into the site as an anthropologist in an attempt to discover the site's secrets. Despite vigorous warnings from locals about Nan Madol's curse, Kubary collected numerous ornaments and implements at the site, and even discovered unexplored crypts which he named the Royal Tombs. As he recorded in his work, all the tombs we explored were filled with coral. Everywhere we found remnants of human bones and very primitive ornaments, bracelets and necklaces, implements, stone axes, and so on. The shells of a spondylus species, pierced at the hinge and used as chest ornaments, were strongly represented. They were put in great numbers with the dead in the tomb, and they appeared to have been a special testimony to the piety of the natives. We have also found round discs in the tombs, pierced in the middle, so highly valued today, which serve as money and to adorn the waistband and the headband. The presence in the same vault of many lower jaws and frontal bones indicates family burials, and the number of the particularly noteworthy tombs which contain bones being limited to 13, we conclude that they were exclusively tombs of kings or chiefs. By 1874, Kubary was ready to return to Europe with his incredible cache of artifacts recovered at the site. But on the way, disaster struck. In the words of one trader who accompanied Kubary's journey back to Europe, as their ship attempted to maneuver through the narrow ocean passage at Jaluit near the Marshall Islands, instead of heading the vessel for the southern arm of the passage leading to the anchorage, Becker, the captain, ran her stern onto a point of reef which divides the main passage into the north and south arms. He blamed the bad steering of the vessel, but others put it down to his stupidity. The ship was totally abandoned that evening, and her hands took up their quarters at or near Capel Station. During the next day, the sea got up and broke over the vessel, laying with her deck to seaward. Her hatches got adrift, the cargo was washed out, and then her decks blew up. At 3:30 p.m., the mainmast fell. Next morning, the brig was completely broken up, and nothing was to be seen except a confused heap of broken and twisted iron, wire rigging, and some battered spars. Just like that, the ship was lost, and hundreds of Kubary's crates containing much of Nan Madol's history sunk to the bottom of the ocean, lost forever. For Kubary, the shipwreck was devastating, but unfortunately, things would only get worse for him. In 1879, the trading company he was working for went bankrupt, leaving him without employment. He decided to stay on a plantation he had purchased in Pohnpei, where he married a local woman and had 2 children. Tragically, however, both children died in childhood. Then, in 1882, Kuberi's plantation was demolished when a hurricane passed over the area. The few coconut palms which were left standing were then quickly wiped out by a plague of beetles which followed the hurricane. With nowhere else to go, Kuberi slowly set about rebuilding his plantation, taking intermittent work with trading companies or museums which sent him around the Pacific Islands when he could. That was until 1895, when local Pohnpeians revolted against Spanish dominion over their island and completely destroyed Kuberi's plantation once and for all. Without hope and penniless, Kuberi would commit suicide in 1896. Was this the curse of Nanmadol at work? Had Kuberi brought this terrible run of misfortune upon himself when he removed artifacts and bones from the site in 1873 and 74? By the early 20th century, Pohnpei had come upon German rule, and the position of governor had been given to a man named Victor Berg, a mean-spirited and vicious individual who had spent much of his adult life in the Pacific Islands. Despite being heavily warned against it by locals, Berg would begin exploring Nanmadol in 1907. Deep within the complex, he discovered a sealed tomb said to contain the remains of Pohnpei's ancient rulers. Shockingly, within the tomb, Berg found skeletal remains unlike those any had seen before. The bones were enormous, seemingly belonging to a race of giants some 10 feet tall. Was this even possible? Berg wondered. And if so, who were these giant ancient rulers? The night of his discovery, as Berg tried to sleep, a wild storm rolled over the island, hammering the terrain with lightning and torrential rains. In the distance, Berg and others swore they heard the sound of conch shells echoing off Pohnpei's mountains, while, even more bizarrely, strange glowing orbs purportedly filled the sky as the storm raged. The next day, with the storm seemingly having passed, Berg was determined to continue his work on Nanmadol. But as he headed to the site, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and, without warning, dropped dead where he stood. Immediately, the locals claimed that Berg's fate had been sealed the moment he had disturbed Nanmadol. His death, and the storm which preceded it, proof, they asserted, of the supernatural powers which guard the site. A German physician stationed on the island had another explanation, proposing the cause of death to be sunstroke and heat exhaustion, a curious diagnosis for an otherwise healthy man like Berg, who had been in the Pacific Islands for many years and was well accustomed to the heat. Yet, how he died is perhaps not the most important question which arises from the story of Victor Berg. Whether his death resulted from sunstroke or curse, there is still the matter of what Berg discovered before he died: skeletal remains which seem to belong to giants. Oral history says that the brothers who built Nanmadol were sorcerers. Could they also have been giants? Could this explain how they were able to move such heavy stones? One thing is for sure, this was not the last time giants would be connected with Nanmadol. After World War I, control of the island of Pohnpei passed into the hands of Japan. Like those who had ruled the island before them, the Japanese also took to investigating Nanmadol. However, what they allegedly found went far beyond anything prior. Today, the record of Japan's rule over Pohnpei is fragmented and mostly missing, since many Japanese records from the area were lost at the outbreak of World War II. Yet, some remaining sources indicate that before the war, Japanese scientists discovered that the existing ruins of Nanmadol built atop coral reef were only a piece of the puzzle, that in fact, Nanmadol extended further out into the ocean and beneath the waves, that it was actually an entire sunken city. It was there that the Japanese were said to have found huge platinum coffins on the ocean floor. Incredibly, when they broke up the coffins in order to bring them to the surface, they purportedly found the skeletal remains of giant humans standing 10 feet tall inside them. Could this really be true? What is particularly interesting about these findings, like Berg's findings before them, is that the idea that a race of giants existed sometime in the distant past is not confined to Nan Madol. In fact, it appears across human traditions. In the book of Genesis, for example, there is a record of a race of giants deep in the past known as the Nephilim. Even in modern times, enormous skeletons seemingly belonging to giants have been discovered all over the world, in the United States, Africa, the Amazon rainforest, Asia, and elsewhere. Is it possible that the existence of giants sometime in the distant past could explain Nan Madol? If it sounds impossible, you're going to want to watch our video, which brings together all of the astonishing evidence discovered in modern times, which suggests that ancient giants were real and coexisted with early humans. Then, you might want to take a look at our video on the Book of Enoch, which at one time was part of both Jewish and Christian canon before it was censored out, and tells an entirely different history of humanity than what we know today. One centered around giants and savages that endangered and pillaged humanity. But maybe to find an answer to the mystery of Nan Madol, we need to move beyond the giant bones allegedly found there and focus on the platinum coffins they were discovered in. The fact is, platinum coffins are not the only thing which has been found off the shores of Nan Madol. In 1939, a German explorer and author named Herbert Rittlinger, who had visited Nan Madol during the time it was under Japanese control, wrote of what had been found there in his book, The Measureless Ocean. According to Rittlinger, the discoveries off the shores of Nan Madol, in fact, went far beyond platinum coffins. As he wrote, beneath the ocean was a brilliant and splendid center of a celebrated kingdom that had existed there untold millennia ago. The reports of fabulous wealth had enticed pearl divers and Chinese merchants to investigate the seabed secretly, and the divers had all risen from the depths with incredible tales. They had been able to walk on the bottom on well-preserved streets overgrown with mussels and coral. Down below, there were countless stone vaults, pillars, and monoliths. Carved stone tablets hung on the remains of clearly recognizable houses. What the pearl divers did not find was discovered by Japanese divers with modern equipment. They confirmed with their finds what the traditional legends of Pohnpei reported: the vast wealth in precious metals, pearls, and bars of silver. In other words, Nan Madol was only a piece of an astounding ancient city long lost beneath the ocean waves. Interestingly, this lines up with Pohnpeian legend, which speaks of another kingdom under the ocean, off the shores of Nan Madol. In more modern times, further evidence has emerged supporting this theory. In the 1970s and 80s, archaeologists noted an extensive network of tunnels and caves beneath Nan Madol, leading out into the ocean. One team followed this network to a collection of stone pillars and structures some 100 feet under the water, speculating that it was only the start of a vast network of underwater ruins. But since then, no full-scale investigation has been undertaken to determine what might lay beneath the ocean. Could there really be another kingdom under the ocean? And if so, who built it, and where did it come from? Some believe they already know the answer. On this channel, we have covered in detail the legendary lost continent of Mu. For the uninitiated, the idea was first introduced in the late 1800s by an archaeologist named Augustus Le Plongeon, who claimed that while working in the Yucatan Peninsula, he had come across a series of ancient Mayan transcriptions which told of an ancient lost continent named Mu that had been submerged beneath the ocean sometime in the distant past. The idea was picked up on in the 1920s and 30s by a man named James Churchward, who asserted that during his time as a soldier in British India, he had become privy to a set of ancient clay tablets which told of an ancient lost continent in the Pacific Ocean named Mu. According to Churchward, the continent, which stretched 3,000 miles from north to south and 5,000 miles from east west. Some say there is even more evidence which says yes. The island of Ponape, while apparently in the middle of nowhere, is in fact located at a noteworthy location on the globe, smack dab in the middle of a 300-mile-long zone in which typhoons are born and the first stages of their power and severity are developed. Today, we know that typhoons are formed not only as a result of cold air currents colliding with warm ocean waters, as has long been postulated, but that they also have an electromagnetic component. Given its location, some look at the huge basalt stones of Nan Madol, which have strong electromagnetic properties, and propose that they must have been put there in order to making and protecting the area. In other of intentionally constructed weather modification project. Already, this suggests a technological capability beyond what is possible in modern times, but some have taken it even further, looking deeper into the electromagnetic properties of Nan Madol. Consider that the island of Ponape produces consistent subtle seismic activity, which generates piezoelectricity. Some believe that when this piezoelectricity meets with the giant magnetized basalt stones laid out in canals and walls and towers at Nan Madol, the site becomes a power source, as author Frank Joseph described in a book on the subject. Transforming the basalt's naturally vertical magnetic field into a spiral would amplify the power of any piezoelectric discharge by swinging it around in a narrowing, tightening circuit, then focusing the beam of its concentrated corona discharge skyward. More simply, Nan Madol was never a city. Certainly not in any ordinary sense of the word, but a power station undoubtedly constructed by the Pohnpeians' ancestors. Incredibly, this sounds not unlike the pioneering work of Nikola Tesla, who proposed something similar for his legendary Wardenclyffe Tower at the turn of the 20th century. If you have not yet heard of Tesla's work on this subject, you've got to watch our video which examines Tesla's belief that the Earth could be pumped for electricity and how he thought it could be done. The link is also in the top right corner and in the comment section. Could the inhabitants of Ponape been working with the type of power source proposed by Tesla thousands or tens of thousands of years in the past? Could Nan Madol really have been an ancient power station, fueling an advanced ancient civilization? One thing, at least, is clear. Even if Nan Madol is simply an 800-year-old megalith built by the Sodalor dynasty, it stands as one of the most amazing structures on Earth. But it might be so much more than that. The key to the secrets of humanity's past, of the mythical continent of Mu, and an advanced ancient civilization.
Okay, just like that, boom. Nan Madol terraformed on a macro scale. Same with, well, what has to be New Jersey, New York there, all that we took a look at earlier, and the different pyramids, all the macro megaliths and everything else. Now let us take us a little look-see at some electro-culture different people's results that they are getting themselves and the methods that they're doing it, and see these increased crop yields and the positive, awesome real world results yields that people are getting, the increases. Okay, here we go.
Here you see the area with electroculture, with magnetic antenna, with broccoli, with potatoes, with leek, and with onions. And here we have the magnetic antenna with basalt, paramagnetic basalt, and also charcoal or biochar, and the magnetic antenna. And now on the left, here we have only the magnetic antenna and basalt, paramagnetic basalt. So potato, broccoli, leek, you see huge difference. Again, here with maximum of electroculture, and here with only basalt, and now with nothing here. This is with nothing. So that's really very poor. The potatoes are really looking very shy, very little. Little broccoli, little leek, everything is little. You see, when you do nothing, you have this on this earth, in this soil. And with a little bit of electroculture is already a lot better. But this year, the broccoli is not very well, but it's a year like this. But the other vegetables are growing. We are 3 July 2023 in the mountains. Very cold climate. It's around between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius now. So it's not very hot in summer. It's really a cold summer this year. And here with the maximum of electroculture. So here you see that they are beginning to flower. So that's very nice. Here also, but they are little, and there the control group really a lot more little. You see on the grass around, it's very dry. It's not very green, but it's a cold and dry year, seems to. So thank you for listening. I hope you have seen the difference of different techniques. And here it's also with only basalt on the right, complete white. But there I've put an atmospheric antenna with it. You see? But it's not working well because there are huge trees close by. And then you lose a lot of energy to the trees that are here a lot more higher. But it works because I see some results since I've put it. It grow better. But the wall white, it's very poor soil, even more poor than on the left. And I saw a difference. So it's coming back. So, but here a lot better with different techniques of electroculture together. And here you see, close to the magnetic antenna, it's even bigger. You see to the broccoli. And the further you go away, the more little. And the same with the leek. The further you go away, the more little. And on the other side, the same. So, you see. You see, and here further away also. But the most beautiful are close to the wire of the antenna. So have a nice day, and till next time when I will show you new observations. Bye bye.
Oh, that was actually a pretty splendid video that demonstrated, well, looked to demonstrate that there was a very noticeable size difference in growth rate between the garden and plants that had electroculture compared to those that did not. Now, I think it is just time for me to finally close with the stream that I've been wanting, which will also lead into the next stream with Jeremy Reese, alien scientist, and everything that is going on with the UFO, UAP conspiracy and all of that happening. Or do we continue it? All right. We are going to have a 5-minute intermission so I can go to the bathroom. And then if there is a 20 or so dollar donation through YouTube or through PayPal, I will do one last more full hour, or, well, I guess $50. I'll do the 2 full hours. And we will rewatch this epic Bob Greenyer Ode Owl Delphi, the oracles and sacred geometry decode of Bob Greenyer of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, streamed yesterday, and absolutely just golden nugget after golden nugget after golden nugget for us in the free energy, cold fusion, hydrogen community. Either way, it's definitely worth watching. Sorry, I'm waiting for my very slow computer tabs. Oh, I meant to grab, I missed it. I should have tried to click on Tesla Tech Steve Alswick's place, it's called, but his episode with Moray B. King, where I hopped on the live stream and got to talk to Moray and meet him over Streamyard a few months back. And we'll have a full future interview with Moray B. King in the future here sometime in the fall, hopefully. And again, it freezes. Fricking Craxity. What is going on? Well, that's why I have so many different backups. Let's watch the Nunez's and their coil presentation from Global BEM instead, as well. It's top notch too. If well, if I can get a donation to make it worth staying, please and thank you. This is 14 and a half hours in. We are here. So this is dedication, education, and advancement. And it takes so much work setting up all of these electrolysis, alchemy experiments, the monatomics, all of it. Like I've been doing this now like 15 years worth of my own time, resources, own physical gold and silver I put into this. $100 more worth of silver just into this guy right here alone right now. And that's on top of the other 2. So there's 4 2-ounce silvers in this one jar alone. That's $200 right there, US, like putting into it. My God, I'm bitching because I'm stressed and tired and need to go to bed. I found a Dexedrine. Why I've kept this thing going. Full disclosure, I found 2 10 milligram dexedrine pills that were left over from, God, must have been like university, I think, in my bathroom drawer when I was cleaning it out the other day, and I decided to take them this morning to get some stuff done, and, well, pushed it through, and we are 14 and a half hours in. But don't expect this again anytime like this week or probably even this month, as I don't have a prescription for that stuff these days. I used to as a young adolescent, but not anymore, and I don't really plan on it or getting more. It was just a find in the of a score in that bathroom drawer. Huh. How do you like them lyrics, y'all? Happy 4th of July. Back to Bob Greenyer we shall play and continue the alchemy experiments and real science. Hey. Come on, where did it go? Hiding in Twitter, of course. Drawer score, you know it. There's Bob Greenyer. Oh, is this Japan or where? If this is in Japan, Bob Greenyer's here. That's Japanese. That is identical to those other ones we were looking at 12 hours ago now.
Their land
But
and hand them over to the superstate that became India. The king of Travancore, which is one of the 3 kingdoms of Kerala, was the very last person to sign into the union, his lands. He agreed to never have a child, which was part of the arrangement. But he made one condition, that the temple and all of its contents, which was not known at that time, even though the viceroy had tried in the 1920s to gain access to the vaults. The temple and all of its contents, whatever that may be, will not be part of the Indian state. So this land on which the temple is and the contents is actually the property of the god. And that's what he said. It's the property of this god. It's not his, and it can never be the state's. It's the property of the god. He didn't want to anger the god. And there are 2 snakes, I think it is, on the main vault. And they've literally found hundreds of billions of gold and gems and religious artifacts and like literally buckets of almost mint condition Roman era coins, and from trading with the Chinese and everything. They're all in here, and it has to be kept for the god according to the king of Travancore. So when you think about these in context and the fact that the king lived in a palace which was completely made of wood, it makes you wonder what these great ancient civilizations knew. Thank you.
Yes. It's about 12 kilometers away. It was actually very near where I lived. And they were given $5 million to do this kind of cataloging process. And they went, see here, was very special to me. So it's a large amount of iron. The image on the left is supposedly of kind of lizard type, dragon type creature up here. Okay. Now, the other thing is it has these 2 snakes, and the 2 snakes actually are, you have almost what like a ram's horn down the bottom here, a vortex and a counter vortex, and a central line with the chevrons moving up. But you also have these two very, very distinct circular structures. And within them, there is a fleur-de-lis. Now, one could argue that this is the side cross-section of a lotus, and I think there is some relationship with Egyptian sort of mythology about the lotus, and also you get lots of associations with the lotus in Asia as well. But in Malayalam, the lotus is called Padma, and so the temple is called Lord Padmaswami Temple. So it's related to this lotus top, and that might actually be what you might call, how should we put this? It has a lot of correlations between various ancient beliefs. Now, this was very early on. So this was, I think, January 2018. I put this slide together. And what I found interesting was that there's 12 spots around this fleur-de-lis here. And I thought, like, you know, this is for storing precious things. And here, over here, we have, I think it's a gold coin. And it is from the Bosnian king, Tictoc the first, from the 14th century. And this is the reverse of the coin. But on it, you'll see the Maltese cross, which we know and love as the symbol of God-controlled power, right at the top center. And then we have fleur-de-lis, so on, around there. The actual shield here has a whole bunch of fleur-de-lis on it. So we have a lot of fleur-de-lis. Like the English crown, it has a series of fleur-de-lis coming off the top of the crown. But also, what I found very interesting was these features that seem to go all the way around, and there's 12 of them around the outside. This number 12. We've got number 12 here. We've got number 12 here. And, you know, if you could imagine these fleur-de-lis are these kind of sort of like fleur-de-lis structures here, and they are pointing in, then if in the center, this is effectively energizing the king. This king is the center of power. Are these fleur-de-lis here the representations of the two fleur-de-lis here of the two vortex? Maybe, don't know. This snake is facing one way, this snake is facing the other. Okay. So is this the kind of same representation? So this is like much older, I understand, than this. Not totally sure about that, but this is certainly 14th century. But it's kind of pointing in, like you had a regularized structure around the outside, and then you've got this another line here and another line here. Anyway, I found that this structure looked remarkably like the Neil Gould aka lion's paw print, which is the symbol of my remote view.icu blog. And also the birdie fits in there from the Russian work on the magnetotor electrical radiation. And this actual sphere here is from the work of John Hutchison. Again, this is a John Hutchison structure in our large sample, which we hopefully will be able to have a look at in more detail moving forward. But really, it is this combination of the Maltese cross and the fleur-de-lis or lotus. And you will have seen also the lotus from the top in many pieces of art. So you've got the circle there, circle there, circle there, circle there. And effectively, that is almost like the Maltese cross in its own right, if you've got the inverse piece here, inverse piece here. So anyway, all right. So I got very interested in the fact that, like, maybe there was some knowledge of this because of what's on this coin in Bosnia. So I did a bit of investigation back in January 2018, and I found that apparently there is the world's largest pyramid called the Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia. Okay. And so if we look in a bit closer, now the interesting thing is the Nile Delta is here, Alexandria is down here, and somewhere over here is the Great Pyramids. So you got it on one side of the water here, and then right up here. Now, when you look at where the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is, you've got Italy here. You've got Rome over here. You've got Constantinople as it was probably then. Turks, Ottomans, the Greeks all here, the Romans here. This is the center of power for the universe, according to the majority of the people that were living at the time here. And obviously Spain over here. So it's Age of Empires stuff going on here. And the Bosnian Pyramid seems to be basically slap in the middle of that. And if we go in a bit closer, you can see here the Bosnian Pyramid. Okay. Now, I thought, well, hold on a minute. I've actually been to this area a number of times. Actually, the first time I went to what was then Yugoslavia, I was 13, so that was some 37 years ago. And I actually went to Dubrovnik, which you might be aware of from the Game of Thrones series. And I have been to North Croatia, and I've been to Zagreb, and I've also been to Kosovo in the past. So I've kind of been a little bit around this area. And what struck me, obviously, because I was in the O-Day initial slide deck, I'd realized this kind of D4D structure of the Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. And it occurred to me that pretty much I was sure that Tesla lived in this area. So Tesla had a very high IQ, somewhere between 160 and 310, depending on how you're measuring it. But the first point I want to raise here is the fact that he was born in Smiljan in Croatia. Okay. Now, I know the Hungarians or the Austrians like to claim him because at that time, this was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but he was born in Croatia, in modern-day Croatia, okay? I know the Serbians like to claim him because they see that part of Croatia as being part of Serbia, and yeah, but anyway, where he was born is Smiljan in Croatia, which was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time. Okay. So let's add that onto the map, and we have that Smiljan, Croatia, here is just 200 miles if you're going to walk it across the mountain range to the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. So, like, if you were wherever you are in the world, if you think, what is an important structure 200 miles from me? What's the most significant structure you can think of? Well, maybe, you have something as significant as what's claimed to be the largest pyramid on Earth. Maybe you don't. But you could have thought that, like, the cultural aspects and stuff of this area might have influenced Tesla. And then I found out that his father, and this was more recently, and this is why I led down this route, was an Orthodox priest. And he was also a gifted writer and poet, which means he's very, very creative. So there's lots I could talk about with respect to his family and upbringing. This is all being done to death. But what I think we learned by looking at the Coptic Christians is that they encoded the information extremely precisely. And the story of the Knights Templar was, as we found out, that at some point they protected these Coptic Christians, and then at some point they fled to Scotland, and from there, Scottish Rites, the order shared the information with Italy and Scandinavia and the Russophile countries. But also that the knowledge was kept within the priesthood. And so the fact that Tesla's father was an Orthodox priest got me extremely, extremely interested. And so, yeah, so maybe Tesla was living and breathing this technology as he grew up. He was in this rich area, right in the middle of these former empires and in the middle of one of the largest empire in the region, the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time. Incredible things were being invented, and so forth. So, you know, his father, Orthodox priest, I think that's a very, very significant waypoint. Then the other waypoint that I think to try and think about Tesla. Now, you see, Tesla claimed that he was, you know, maybe receiving information from aliens. Well, maybe he was, or maybe he was receiving them from his bloodline. As I've argued that your DNA effectively is like a cryptographic key. It's like your private key to your bloodline's knowledge in the Akashic record. And if that's the case, then wherever you've come from, you have access to that knowledge. So he might believe he's receiving information from aliens, but he might be receiving information that was laid into the Akashic record that he has very good access to, where normal people wouldn't. And, you know, if you want to have this whole nature-nurture debate, you know, like a baby is born without knowing anything, although they do know how to breathe and they know how to suck and they know how to, you know, cry and things like that. You're going to have to look at things like, I don't know, cows. I mean, they come out within a very short period of time. They're walking and they're straight on to sucking milk, and you know, they do what they need to do as a cow. But when you think about like something like an earthworm or a caterpillar, there's no caterpillar school, is there, to teach them to start chewing the leaf that they're sitting on, and there's no pupa school that when they emerge from the chrysalis teaches them to start flying and go and mate, is there? There's clearly innate knowledge. Okay, so we're essentially he's remembering or gaining access, in my view, to either his prior life or a bloodline, and it might seem like alien to him because the technology is so awesome. Okay, so one other interesting thing about Nikola Tesla is that I think at the turn of the century, that's 1900, I think the average, or certainly in the First World War, the average height of Europeans, I think, was something like 5'1" or 5'2". I know this kind of, it's roughly that, don't quote me on it, but I know this because other than Holland, the Moravia area that I live in has some of the tallest people in the world as a kind of average height here in Brno and in the Moravian region. And as a result, during the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they actually drew battalions of fighting men from Moravia because they could get many, many people over 6 foot. So that would give them a huge fighting advantage. Now, where are these people, you know, coming from? They generally breed to a, you know, high height. Well, Tesla, you know, unlike many of his scientific contemporaries, he was extremely tall. You know, 6 feet and 2 inches, 1.88 meters. And so I thought, well, you know, where are these people distributed that have this height, and why are they there? You know, what caused them to be that? Well, there's a great paper, and I've given the link to it in this next slide. And this is about the mapping of the mountains of giants. And so this is the anthropometric data from the Western Balkans reveal a nucleus of extraordinary physical stature in Europe. Okay, so what you're looking at here is, this is Kosovo here, where I'm waving my mouse around. And you've got, so it's modern Kosovo, North Macedonia. Yeah, Skopje. This is Pristina. I've been to Skopje and Pristina. Been fortunate enough. Down here you have Dubrovnik. And, sorry, Dubrovnik's here, rather. And this is, Split is here. And Rijeka is up here. And what you can see, this whole region has people that, well, certainly this kind of area, are over 183 centimeters. Okay? On average. Mean height of young men. So there's a lot of tall people than that. This is the average. Okay? And down here, just to the west of Kosovo, in Albania, or this is Albania here, actually, just to the north of Albania, you have these people at 185 and above on average. Okay? So these are super, super tall people. Now, what else do we know about Nikola Tesla? Well, he had these distinctive features, and there's a lot of debate about, you know, what these features are, but some people say they're Albanian, rather, and some people say they're Vlach, which is Dacian. Okay? So before we go on, again, you got Albania here. So is it Albanian? I don't know. If he is Albanian, then he's very close, or in that region, then he's very close to the extremely tall people here. The people I know in Kosovo call themselves of Albanian origin. So he has these very, very distinctive features: Albanian, Vlach, or Vlach rather, and Dacian. So first off, from this paper, there is another really good image that they have there. And it's this one. So you can see Romania up here, Bulgaria, Serbia. This is Kosovo here with Pristina, as I was just showing you there. This is Macedonia. Again, Albania comes up here. So sort of on the crossing point between the north of Albania, Kosovo, who consider themselves Albanian, and probably Montenegro would be of Albanian origin. So this was Greater Albania at one point, as far as I understand it. These extremely tall people in the now Montenegro part of what probably would have been the Greater Albania is, you know, where the center point of these tall people are. And then there is this, and that right there is in this whole region here that they call the Dinaric Alps. The Dinaric Alps, okay? So the so all of this black area here is the Dinaric Alps, okay? The dotted line here is the actual mountains themselves. So it's literally in the mountains where these super tall people are, you know, focused. So where, firstly, if we are to say that maybe he's Dacian, where is that? Well, so it's Romanian-Bulgarian border. Dacia is a region that was, it's a Roman region on the sort of Romanian-Moldovan border. So this is Romania. This is, well, it's not there anymore, but there, but it's Moldova, somewhere around here. So this is the Dacia region. And if we go in closer, this is the Dacia region. So you can see I've got a spot here for where he was born, and this is where the Great Pyramid was. Now, there is an old image about the races in Europe, and this is on Wikipedia down here. And if you look here, the what they call the Arbrat or Dinaric, it's here. You can see it's the same kind of mountainous area. but also you can see it's up here north of this Dacia region. Okay, so there's a large area north, and there's a sort of northeast and then southwest of this Dacia region. Okay, and then there are odd pockets. So you've got pockets in Liechtenstein going maybe into Austria. You've got a pocket here in North Italy, all of North Italy. So like you've got the area of Venezia, of Milano, Verona, Padua, all the way down here, and also into Switzerland and into kind of like, you know, the area in Brittany here. These are kind of the areas that they're saying that the Dinaric, or I can't read that, it's Adbrat or something, but Dinaric is the one that I'm interested in. This isn't so clean to see here. But here's another image which you'll find easily online. And you can see that in this Montenegro, Kosovo, and northern current Albania, rather than Greater Albania, the proportion of people that are Dinaric is in excess of 50%. Okay? So it almost doesn't matter where it is from here. And also on the other side up here, there's another area where it's 50% greater than 50%. And you have this region in between, which I was referring to as Dacia earlier. Here, so Dacia is in between these two regions of extremely high Dinaric race. Okay? The other thing to note is that the extent of Dinaric race goes all the way through to the south of England. So you have Cardiff down here in Wales. You have obviously Londinium, London down here, and the ports. You have Paris. You have Barcelona. You have Rome. You know, it goes all the way down to, it doesn't go to the southern, very southern part of Italy, but one might imagine it's in Sardinia. Also down all the way through to the end of Greece, essentially, nearly, very, very nearly the end of Greece. Okay. Doesn't go into the Ottoman Empire, the Turk Empire. It goes all the way through Ukraine, Just the southern part of Crimea is not. So this is the extent, but you can see very, very, like at least 5 to 10% goes all the way through Switzerland and through Liechtenstein, through Western Austria, much of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the whole of Slovakia, all of the Czech Republic, and so on. And in southern Germany here, but in fact, all of Germany has, 0 to 5% pretty much. Okay. So, moving on. What did I do differently here? Did I do anything differently? No, that was meant to be a different slide. Okay, so I've kind of cleaned these points up, and I've given a couple of specifics here. So our birthplace of Tesla is here. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is in the 35% plus Dinaric area. Okay. The other 35% plus Dinaric area is up here, and Dacia is in between. So it is very likely that he is Dinaric. He looks Dinaric, certainly has these features that are one would expect. He certainly has the height of a Dinaric person from the mountain giants. And it's because Dacia is in between these two regions of high Dinaric concentration, then I would suggest he is likely of Albanian Dinaric origin and mountain giant. Okay. And it makes sense that he understood his technology by seeing a snowball accreting mass and going down a mountain. That was his thing. Now, if you look at the Dinaric skull with the sacred geometry, you can see it is a precise match in almost every aspect. So I've already shared these images before. So, that being said, I felt that the region that we are seeing here might have some very, very important material in it. And so I have this belief that the ancient peoples encoded their most important information into artwork. And art would only persist in materials that have a long life. And if you wanted to promote an idea, what would be the thing that has a long life that many people would have exposure to, that you could encode the information on? What would you use? I'm asking you to give me an answer here. What would it be? Anyone got an answer? What thing could you put artwork on that would persist for a long period of time, people would not want to lose, and everyone would get to see it? Gold, good. Sculpture, maybe. Religion, possibly too. Stone also, yes. Close. Okay, I'm going to help you guys. We got rock, gold, stele, headstone, pass the information through your children. Great. Paintings, yes. What are these things that last a long time that lots of people would hold and treasure? What have I shown you at the start of this? What did I show you at the start of this? Yes, Terran art, gold coins. Gold coins. I showed you a gold coin that started my journey, didn't I? This gold coin with these very important symbols on them. Very, very important symbols on them. Okay? So I went to some numismatic sites, and I will try and find them in a moment. But if you look at this whole region that I am drawing your attention to, it is the powerhouse of trade for the planet at this time. You got the Egyptians, you got the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, you got the Greek Empire, you got the Prussian, you've got the Roman Empire, you've got the Spanish Empire, you've got the French Empire, blah, 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 whatever. There's a lot of very, very interesting things going on in this area. It's almost like the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is in the center, but in the center between the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun and the Giza Pyramid really is somewhere in the ocean here. But if you wanted a defensive position, it would be somewhere around here, which is in Greece. Okay, so I looked at coins, and firstly, I'm just going to go and show you two coins, and then I'm going to try and pick up the websites, which are somewhere in the millions of tabs that I have in, and they've been there since a long time, a very long time, maybe the beginning of last year, but anyway, I don't know, a long time. So I might have difficulty finding them, but I have two images here, and one is this, and this is, I believe, it's referred to on the numismatic site as a thunderbolt. By the way, this is exactly the same representation of the fleur-de-lis as you have either side of the 1775 gate of number 10 Downing Street. It's basically exactly the same symbology. And I think this is, either, and we can look on the numismatic site if I can find it, but this is about somewhere between 600 BC and somewhere, maybe 380 BC, but we'll find out if we get to the site. So, so I'm just going to overlay the sacred geometry here. And there we go. So we have our little nodule in there. Now you see this symbol. Interestingly, anyway, we saw the symbol in other places, like in Hokkaido, in Sapporo. You see it in India. So on. It's like the weapon of the gods, because it is the gods' toolbox. So, but, you know, I look through a lot. There are many, many, many representations of this, but on one particular series of coinage, they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. You ready? You ready? Boom! There you go. This, my friends, is the mother ball lightning. Yes, it has the Chi Rho, but this is before John the Baptist taught possibly Jesus, to fully decode the Chi and the Rho. So it doesn't have the Rho on there, but it does have the center spots. Yes, it's the Vajra in Indian terminology. And if I play here the sacred geometry, it is absolutely precisely correct. Absolutely precisely correct. So, and you can also see it's got a bit of fractality. We have the 4 substructures around the outside and the alternating substructures. Okay. So this got me very, very excited. This actually is the coinage that was, this is a Macedonian coin. So if I go back to that map that actually has the countries in it in a legible sense here, it's Macedonia here. So, and Macedonia is kind of like this whole Albanian region. So if you had these people trading with these people and so on, like what is the extent of this coinage and what other places that are interesting around here? Well, I did a whole bunch of research and I came up to the conclusion that Delphi in Greece, which is about here where my mouse is kind of like halfway between the Bosnian Pyramid and the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And maybe I didn't know much about it, but I kind of got a sense I needed to go here. And I was looking at different things, and I came across. I started to think, well, you know, other than coins, what else are, you know, having something very important on a coin like this is showing, you know, everyone else that you know how this works. You know how this works. This is the great, in my view, it's the total symbol of power. This symbol here, the Chi Rho, the Christ. It's the one true way. And you must know that those that are in the knowledge will know that you know this science. You might not choose to use it, but you know it. And by presenting and projecting the fact that you have this knowledge, people might think twice about attacking you. But if they were to attack you, you might like to show in other ways that, you know this knowledge. Okay, strike fear into people. Now, other than coinage, what is that other way that governments project power? What do they do to enforce things? What would they use? Swords, very good. We'll see a sword in a different presentation artifact. Swords, yes. But, you know, it's not just about, you know, battle isn't just attack, is it? Shield, very good. Very good system automation. Shield. I thought, what is best to, you know, I've already shown you sword hilts from the Helsinki Museum in Finland, which have encoded the information precisely, absolutely precisely. I used it one of the title slides for the wind hex update, a wind hex, and there's more to come on that, by the way. There will be another update imminently. I have to do some things in Germany in between, but anyway, shields, bang on, yes, shields. Okay, so I thought, let's have a look at some shields, and I got this, and I thought, you are bleep kidding me. What is this? And when I saw this, the one thing I could think of is this on the right. This on the right. It is the monopole. The ultimate system of power. Tool of power. Absolute ultimate power. It is this bit, the Sothic triangle coming down. As we've seen since, it is this bit coming down. Okay? It is, you know, here's an ancient aliens, but here's the sphere, and out of it there's a little hole, and things spew out. This is it in physical actuality, in my view, misinterpreted by the authors of Ancient Aliens Season 18, Episode 16. And yeah, so here we have the encoding of the auspicious symbol into this structure and this blue sphere around the outside. So that's what I saw. I saw this being the monopole, which I discussed previously. And that, for me, I thought, where is this from? Where is this from? It's from Delphi. Now, Delphi, as I learned when I was there, but I didn't really know until I got there, but I knew I had to go there. When I saw this shield, this is what's called a votive shield. This is an extreme piece of art that is buried with someone, and it's specifically to protect them from in the spirit world. It's got that level of importance. Okay? But this style of shield was important to all of these major empires, and it went all the way around. And the thing about Delphi here being kind of a great place between the Pyramid of the Sun and the Great Pyramid over here, as I understand it, having been there, they say that people would travel from all over the Mediterranean to visit the oracle at Delphi, and I said Red Oracle, your name was appropriate today, and they would, the oracle would say who to go to battle with and who not to go to battle with. They would travel all this distance, and, you know, just amazing, just absolutely amazing. And so I had to go there, and I wanted to see if they had any coins. I wanted to see if they had any coins. That's my main reason. But the other reason is I knew that this, and this is my photo from the Delphi Museum. The photo that I could find on the web that was half decent was actually taken at an angle. And so I couldn't, you know, test the geometry. And I haven't actually had time to properly align it, but I'm going to do a little bit right now live in Photoshop. And you can see kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know where it's specifically going to go, but you'll get what I'm going for here. I think maybe not. So here we go. That is our Delphi shield, our votive shield. I'll give you the proper name for it in a minute, and I'll show you a document talking about its distribution across Europe and its different variations. Okay. But here we go. It's a beautiful image, very, very high resolution here. It's partially reconstructed, so you can see where the original stuff is here and where it's failed here. And apparently they have deduced that something that goes around here, which I'll show you in an image in a minute because it's just madness. But I will first overlay the sacred geometry. Okay. So as we know, the double layer of our ball lightning, okay, is the inner side of it comes to the bottom here when you have two of the circles pointed together, okay? It's the Sothic triangle here, the Christ center, and so forth. Now, I don't know exactly the position here. I don't know whether the notch in the Sothic triangle is kind of represented by this bit here. It's not quite right. So I don't know whether I've got the position right, because there is 3 double layers. So there's many positions I could put it in, and I just haven't had the time to fiddle about with it and make a decision. It might be that the final double layer out here is the actual real one. I don't know. But the fact that it is the angle of the Sothic triangle, and it has an extra notch down here, and it goes to the center point, essentially, where the gyro is to me pretty stunning development. So for me, this was a no-brainer. Now, I need to go and find the image of the sketch of the votive shield. Okay, so here is the sketch of the votive shield. Here it is, if I get the right one. Okay, there we go. If I pull that down there, maybe? Okay. Okay, so here we go. This is the sketch of the votive shield. Now, one of the reasons I think it might be any one of these 3 things here, or these might be multiple double layers, is, if you can believe it, they have a double helix around in the center of these 2 bits here. So I'm saying that this is the inside of the double layer and this is the outside. So that is apparently what was on this, these kind of bits here, and these double layers, is this double helix here. Okay. Now, if you want to know, and I've done this before, but if you want to know how weird my life is sometimes, I had decided to go to Delphi. I had a mere 3 days in which I could do it reasonably. And I decided to take my beautiful wife, Kim, and the kids to give them a little bit of culture. But I had to go to Macedonia Airport in the northern Greece. It was the only place to get an affordable ticket. I had to hire a car, which was extremely cheap, and I drove 1,200 kilometers over 3 days to go down to Delphi and drove past Mount Olympus. And when I got back, I had a day's turnaround, and then I had to go and visit Mr. Matsumoto. And on planning for going through this, I ordered a cam link here. And this was so that I could have a small kit that I could record Dr. Matsumoto when I was with him. This was the plan. And obviously that didn't happen. But if I had not bought this, I could not have recorded his videos of his experiments, which you will see. And they will be part also of the conference presentation, at least one video at ICCF 25 in Szczecin in Poland. So I bought this, and when I went to go and pick this up, Bearing in mind, this is within 12 hours of me. Well, actually, it's within about 6 hours of having to get on the bus to go to the airport in Vienna, to going down to Macedonia airport. This got all a little bit weird, because I am standing, having picked this up at the bus stop. Sorry, the tram stop in Brno. And I'm waiting for the tram to come. It's taking a little bit a long time, and I'm running low on time. And I see this directly opposite where I'm standing. Okay? And you're thinking, Bob, what are you talking about? Well, the roof is interesting. It has these 4 little vortices with a central beam. I thought that was interesting. The gilded window frames were interesting, because we have these vertical type structures. Here's another nice one. Yes. These vertical structures. But really what got me was what I'm seeing here. And it's not a thing that's structural. It's these things here. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about these. These are chai rose. Here's a close-up of it. So literally on the day that I'm getting ready to go, this is a cable in the way, by the way. It's not something on the building. I'm just getting ready to go to Delphi, few hours before I get on the bus. And there it is. Why were they putting these features onto the building? They are just an architectural feature. They're not something that is keeping the building upright. They're there for a reason. Whose reason? Don't know. Okay. So, I'm going to show a video now. So the other thing about Delphi is, I'm thinking it's like the center of this world, the world as it was known then, the center of the world. And in fact, there is something there that they say is the center of the world. And I'm going to show you a video of it that I took when I was there. So this is the omphalos. It's the sacred omphalos. It's meant to be the center of the earth. Is it the center of the sacred geometry? Who can say? But it does have, at least on this side, these vertical stripes, and it has these vertical striations on it. It's not carved. It is extremely regular in shape all the way around. It seems to be a little broken off at the top. And as you get to the top, you can see these striations going up. Striations all the way from the bottom to the top. Okay. Again, is this a helicoid? You've got something there and something that way. It's going the other way on the helicoid. But definitely you have the vertical marks on the top. It looks quite dense. Okay, sorry. Yes, I was muted. Okay, so I'm going to get a picture, something about the omphalos here, for those that don't know what the omphalos is. But yes, according to legend, it was the start of the universe. And when I say I'm going to get the omphalos here, my computer's frozen completely because it is stupid hot in here. It's very, very hot here. Okay. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Omphalos. Let's see if I can spell it correctly. Omphalos. Right. So I also have a picture of me. There is there is another omphalos that the Romans made, and they put on a very interesting tower. If I can get a picture of the tower for you, it's incredible. It's really incredible. I think it's showing the vortex that occurs with a tornado. So I'll see if I can find that for you. So here it is. The omphalos is a religious stone artifact. In ancient Greek, the word omphalos means navel. Among the ancient Greeks, it was a widespread belief that Delphi was the center of the world. According to the myths regarding the founding of the Delphic oracle, Zeus, in his attempt to locate the center of the earth, launched 2 eagles. I've got to echo, sorry. Yeah. 2 eagles starting simultaneously and flying at equal speed crossed their paths above the area of Delphi, and so was the place where Zeus placed the stone. Omphalos is also the name of the stone given to Cronus in the ancient world of the Mediterranean. It was a powerful religious symbol. Omphalos syndrome, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this is the Roman omphalos here, which is this interwoven spiral meshes. But the original omphalos is the one that I showed you, which is out in the Temple of Delphi. Like I say, I have a picture of that, and let me go and find that. Okay, so let's have a look here. There's so much from this place to share with you, and I'm not going to share it all today. I might pick some highlights. So. Just here's a curious little thing. This is the lamppost in Delphi. And the symbol of Delphi is this delta, delta, delta. And when I see the delta in this form, it really does look like the Sothic triangle. But what I'm arguing about the omphalos, the original omphalos, which... let me see if I can get this. The original omphalos here is that I believe that this is the top of the sphere of, sorry, the Sothic triangle type cone. If you look at the influence patterns on the birdies in the Russian work, they kind of have this top part of the profile. It doesn't come to a hard point because at this point, it's basically matter collapses and matter is being pulled into here. And this is kind of the real curve of it, rather than the actual pictographic kind of triangular sense to it. Now, I'm going to try and find this document here. I'm going to go less ordered this particular part of the presentation, because I'm going to find, so that I don't forget it, something which I referred to earlier, and I haven't shown you yet. So where is that? Give me a sec. Oh my God, I'm burning up. I'm literally burning up. So, first up is this document here by one Claes Una, and it's Rock, Art and Metal Trade. So some petroglyphs talking about these different areas, and this is a map showing the major sources of copper and tin that survived, that supplied Scandinavia with metal in the Bronze Age. Copper deposits are marked with yellow stripes, while sources of tin are marked with silver. So you can see basically tin came from Cornwall, and Cornwall, or this part of Devon here, was the extent of the Dinaric people. Cyprus was a big place for this sort of stuff. I saw some mines there. Sardinia. And down here, right next to where you have Delphi, you have a source of copper. Okay. These are some of the forged axe type things that you see, and they are not too dissimilar from the Ukonafasara, which is obviously close to Sweden, in Finland. And you can see various axes. Also, apparently on Stonehenge, it's decorated with these, what look like, in my view, Ukonophosaurus. I have to say, they do look like these birdies. Yep. We have one of these boats as well, and two Ukonophosaurus, or two birdies, coming towards each other. Okay. But this I found very interesting. I had no idea until I looked at this document that these were marked onto Stonehenge. Okay. Going down here, we've got other sort of petroglyphs and stuff. These are ingots from Crete, and so forth. And then we've got our men that people like to talk about a lot in this space. Yeah. Are these Vikings? Are they just Vikings? Or did Vikings be like this because of you know what? All right. These here are very interesting to me. These are meant to be shields. Chariots. Iberian on this side, and Scandinavian depictions of chariots. Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my chariot of fire. So these look more like Evo structures to me. They're about the right shape, aren't they? You got your two vortices, the central bit, and the stuff coming up. Yes, they do look like chariots as well. A lot of things look like runes in Scandinavia at this time, to be fair. Okay. So a whole load of different markings here, blah, 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 blah. Now, here we go for our votive shields. So this is from Portugal, iconographic expression of a pan-European warrior symbolism. the Ervidel 2 stele from Baixco Alimenteo, Portugal. Okay, so we have our votive shield here, very similar to the one that you saw. And here it is. These are the trade pathways from Cyprus to southern Greece, through to Sardinia, to Spain, and all the way up to Scandinavia. These are the paths, and through Europe here. Okay. And somewhere in this document, it has something about the votive shields. Maybe I got it wrong, but anyway. Yeah. I thought it was in here. No, it's a different document. I've got it somewhere. Anyway, let me see if I can find what these things are called. The Delphic shield. And then we'll have to go into... Where is it? Let me find it. I shouldn't be doing this now. How is everyone? Yeah, so the votive shield here, this is an image of it, was from 700 BC. And why can't I find this document? It's a real shame because the document I'm looking for has many. Oh, it might be. This is the one. I've got it. Come on. Why can't I download that now? I downloaded it earlier today. Where is it? Oh dear. Sorry. Apologies. Not that one. Not that one. No. Okay. The document I want to get you is this one. It's called European Bronze Age Symbols in Prehistoric Greece. Okay. And you'll see that versions of this shield okay, I'm going to do it like this. My. Okay, I've got it. Okay. It's not my usual quality of giving stuff. No, this one here. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So, Barry Moley, European Bronze Age Symbols in Prehistoric Greece, So reconsidering bronze shields and spears from Delphi in their wider context. So here's Delphi, those that don't know, and you've got the Cyprus over here. So here's another version of this shield. Here's the one that you've seen in stupidly good quality. And you see as it goes around and it's used by different cultures, it has slightly different variations, but it always keeps this little notch. So I think this is like a Roman one. C, maybe I'm wrong. This is from Pilsen in the Czech Republic. This is what they called them Hersprung shields after the first one that was found. So, and where can we find it? Maybe this isn't the document. Oh, right. I did a whole bunch of research on this, and you're not going to see it today. But anyway, there we go. They're all over Europe, and the Roman ones, if you can look at Hersprung shields, it's probably, let's do a search on that. Let me do a search on Hersprung shields. That's kind of what they're called, Hersprung shields. Maybe we'll have better luck. Okay, so here is a kind of like, I think this is a kind of different type of one here. There we go. Okay, more like the Roman type. So they kind of appropriated it. Yeah, anyway, you've got things coming through these three layers to the center. You get the idea. And here's your sword hilts with your vortices on it. So yeah, it's on the swords as well. So the aspects of the technology are there, in my view. Okay, all right, that's enough of that. I will see if I can find the coins. If not, I'll put the references to the coins in the blog. Okay, so I found the coin site, or one of the pages of the coin site. Anything else? So the numismatic site you need to go to essentially is called Wild Winds. Okay. And you can see a whole bunch of different coins here. Look, we've got our 6-pointed vortex with our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ring spots around it with your double layers. This ring spot vortex in the center with your double layer. Yeah. And what do they say here? This is from Macedonia. This is 187 to 168 BC. Macedonian shield style with star formed by 6 crescents in the center. Okay. What else we got? Here's another one with your 6 half structures around the center. To me, these imply that it's kind of like the other orientation. Okay. Here's the coin that I was referring you to here earlier, both sides of it. Okay. And to a degree, this looks a lot like the omphalos here, but it's actually a hat. of the kind of region. These are like felt hats that they make in the region. But are the hats a symbol? Anyway, that's that one. And so what does it say about this? It says here, Macedonia, again, 325 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield. So this is actually, it's actually a symbol of a shield on the coinage with thunderbolt between two dots in the center. With thunderbolt between two dots in the center. Surrounded by five crescents, I would say four, with five dots between each. I think that's 4 and 4, actually, my friend. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, definitely 4, but okay. Now, this is interesting because what you're seeing here, with a similar type of structure here, this is the caduceus. This is the symbol of transport and trade. This is the symbol of caduceus. Of course, we have the caduceus vortex. So on one, you actually have the upper part of the structure of the ball lightning. And then on the other one, you have the beam that comes out of it. Okay, so maybe it says that. I don't know whether it says that on that one. Does it say that? It says Macedonia 323 to 301. Macedonian shield with caduceus in the center, surrounded by 5 double crescents. With 3 dots between each. Macedonian helmet. Yeah, so it's a Macedonian helmet. I was right about that. With ear flaps, rows, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Again, caduceus in lower right. So this is the symbol of trade and transportation, caduceus. And I'm arguing and have argued that that is the caduceus spiral that comes out of the ball lightning structure. So this to me is a look at ball lightning from the top, and it is a symbol of a shield. This is kind of a different orientation. So this isn't showing the vortex. This is showing the Chi-Rho, but without the rho, because this is pre-Christ decoding it via probably John the Baptist, but it does have the center spot. So this is one of the most accurate you can find. You can actually find the Chi-Rho without the spots on other coins. You can even get some like this on eBay. So here's one, again, with the Chi-Rho, but less precisely designed. Again, it says here, Macedonia, 325 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, so it is thunderbolt. Here is a different one, which looks more like your Vajra. Okay, the Vajra symbol. Okay, and this says here, Macedonia, 323 to 310 BC, Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, and 5 double crescents. So here's another one with the Vajra, not so well rendered this time. Macedonian shield with thunderbolt in the center. So the Vajra, again, here's one very poorly made. Thunderbolt in the center. Here, another one, more like a Vajra. Shield with thunderbolt in the center. Okay, thunderbolt in the center. And there was an Alexander the Great. Where did he go? Did he go to northern India? Maybe he went to northern India. This one's rather nice. Ring spot with another couple of layers, a bit like our votive shield. Again, these are shields, but done into coins. Macedonian shield with dot in 3 circles in the center, surrounded by 5 double crescents. Okay, another one with a caduceus spiral, symbol of trade. So back then, in my view, they were representing directly the technology. Now, are they just trying to preserve it? Did they really understand? This one, again, is the Chi-Rho with the 2 spots. So it's another example. But for me, the most accurate one I saw here, I mean, here's another one, but it's not right. The most accurate one is the one that I showed you first up here. Not that one from the top. It's the one that I have in my slide here. There we go. All right. Oh, yes, Corky, you really do have a boom coming here. Yes, you're right. He's ahead of everyone. Okay, right. I have so much material from Delphi to share with you. So much. So it's going to take a lot of work to go through these different things. I will include the link to the Bronze Age symbols and also to the coins. But what am I referring to here in my little way? I think we'll probably close out with this. Yeah. So what happened was I was preparing a presentation for you guys, actually, on the last evening I was in Delphi. And I said to the children, I said, here's the budget. Go downstairs and buy something. Yeah. Get something for yourself. And I did the work for you guys for 2 or 3 hours. And then they came back and said, we know what we want, Dad. We know what we want. They said, these really, really little cool miniature owls. I thought, owls? Well, that's nice, isn't it? I wonder why they got owls here. And these two little guys, this one was the one that my daughter chose, and my son chose the little black one. This is in alabaster, and this is in bronze, as it would be. And it actually says Athens on here in Greek. It's sort of embossed into the cast metal. And so, you know what? I went downstairs and they said, we want those. I said, seriously? You want owls? You want owls? Yeah, we want owls. Now, whatever. I went into the shop. I said, my kids, they really like these owls. Can we have a look? So they look at them. And I said, so what's the significance of owls, right, in Delphi? And the woman in the shop says, what? I said, why so many owls in Delphi? They go, well, that's the symbol of Delphi. I go, oh God. Stupid Bob. It's the symbol of Delphi. Of course, it would be the symbol of Delphi. Why is that interesting? Well, because, of course, it's in the sacred geometry, isn't it? It's in the sacred geometry. It is, if I lose the thing here, the owl is this bit. You got your two eyes here, and then you have the golden ratio lines, and that's the bottom of the beak. And that is the owl. That is the owl. Okay. It's also on the votive shield. Okay, it would be. Right. Okay. So feeling a little bit embarrassed, I thought, well, they're getting two owls. That's really cool. It's the sacred geometry. I said, is there anything else that's like I should know about symbology, about Delphi? Like what is the most important symbols other than the owls? They said, well, it would be this. And I'll find something like she showed me. She showed me something like this. In fact, a whole collection of things a bit like this. She showed me this. And this, and this, and this. And I said, I'm sorry, but have you got anything where these are actually perfect circles and this line doesn't go out longer? Because it shouldn't do that. They had lots of symbols that look like this, which look like a Vajra, right? But I said, this isn't correct. It shouldn't be like this. You should have a perfect curve here, a perfect curve here. They should meet here and here. The center line's fine, but the center line shouldn't really go much higher than the curvature of here. And it should be from the center of here to the center of here. And I said, what is this? He said that this is the double epsilon, right? Okay. All right. So this is, I didn't find any coins in that museum. I did actually go to another museum. That'll be another presentation. I've got unbelievable amounts of material. It is a incredibly special place, Delphi. Incredibly. If you ever get a chance to go there, you must go there, right? It was worth driving those miles and being tired for so long to go there to get this. So I said, you've got to have something. So like there was many things that they had in the shop, and all of them were wrong. And I said, let me see if I can find you what it should look like. Okay. So I had a look. And this is what I found. It's just on Google image search. This is what I found. I said, that there, that is what it should look like. Right? So, bearing in mind, I already showed you what the double epsilon effectively here. This is how you would represent it, because this is a vortex. This is the ring in the center that is represented by the two spots here. Yeah. When it's showing, where is it gone now? Why does it do that? This. I said, you've got the curve here and the curve here, and this is the line through the middle. Okay, so this is that loop there. This is that loop here. This is the vortex that comes through the middle, but that flux of chi is caused by this vortex, and you're just seeing this end on, because this is a slice through the whole structure. It's a slice through the whole structure. But if you are kind of representing it in slightly more 3D, it is correct to have a straight line, but it has to go to halfway along here. So I said to them, it has to be, and can only be, the correct way to represent this has to be this particular way of showing it, which I've got somewhere. Did it go now? Oh no. Oh dear, I've lost it again. Okay, this one, like I just had. Right, this one. That, I said, is what we need to be looking at here. Okay. All right. So I thought, well, you know, okay, what is this image? What is this image? Because it appeared to be on Wikipedia. And I went to the Wikipedia article when I got back to the apartment, very disappointed that I couldn't find this symbol that I could buy from Delphi, it being the symbol of Delphi. As you can see here, the Delphic epsilon is the double epsilon, the Delphic epsilon is the purported symbol of epsilon team. I thought, what is epsilon team? What is epsilon team? Okay, so here we go on Wikipedia. The epsilon team, Greek, blah, 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 Omada epsilon, is an alleged secret society. Okay, secret society, okay. Appears in Greek modern folklore. Conspiracy theories, oh dear, they mustn't want this to be talked about. Ufology. The team was first described in a 1977 book and supposedly consists of prominent Greek people who possess secret knowledge of extraterrestrial origin. Boom! What? Are you serious? This is the symbol they choose from Delphi. I had no idea it was the symbol of Delphi. the symbol that they choose as a secret society from this region where these people that birthed Tesla came from, the center of the universe, that was this omphalos, which is the shape it needs to be, the original omphalos. And they're saying they're choosing this for their... Okay. And of course, here we go. Beginning in the 1980s, literature about the society became infused with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right? So people writing about the Epsilon team started to say there was some anti-Semitic conspiracy theories going on about this. And the Epsilon team is in a cosmic battle against the Jews. The body of beliefs related to the Epsilon team has been labeled Epsilonism, and those subscribed have been called Epsilonists. Okay? Whatever. Do you see how weird that was? Before I go, I see that chiro on the building when I'm picking up this. Okay? Why do I see it? I see it because I'm going to Delphi because I saw it on the coins. And the coins are representations of shields. The shields that have this precise geometry on it, represented in various ways. One, the thunderbolt, the caduceus spiral, and the votive shield, which is the monopole. So I'm going to Delphi. I see it on the side of the building. I know I'm doing the right thing. I get there and my children choose to find for their gifts 2 owls. 2 owls. 2 birds, which are the sacred geometry. And I go down and I say, okay, cool. Let's see what you want. There's 2 owls. And they tell me this symbol is the symbol of Delphi. This symbol that they showed me, which is not the symbol of Delphi, these rubbish ones. Anyway, the rubbish ones, which look a bit like Vrajra and so on. Okay, because if you extend this out, if you just stretch this, it is Vrajra, isn't it? It's like, if you just stretch that out, it is Vrajra. But the Vrajra is not properly represented. Okay, this is the correct representation, and I would argue actually that probably the one that's on the this is even better. This is even better. It's more accurate because if you were to take a slice through the structure, this tells you everything you need to know. You have your double there. You have your vortex cores here. You have the vortex cores that you're seeing a slice through the half of it there, and you have the resultant vortex center going through the middle. It creates the monopole. The monopole is this. That is the sacred geometry. It is what's running the pyramid. It is what is causing this. Maybe you could call it panspermia. I call it like it is, you know, this is the same thing. It's just poorly represented. Okay, this is what's on the 1775 front of the Downing Street. Okay. It relates back to all of this. Okay. Nikola Tesla was born in a place very close to the largest pyramid on Earth, apparently, where this was felt to be important on this coinage. All of the symbols, the major symbols of this technology. His father would have been privy to this knowledge, or certainly had an opportunity as a priest, because the knowledge was passed through the priesthood. Okay? So he was living in the right place with the right kind of lineage. He has this, you know, location and this giant, and I don't know what's going on with that whole thing, but I believe that the people who knew this, so the argument about Epsilon team, effectively, is that they're both off planet, and the people in that believed they were in a cosmic time eternal battle with other species. So that is the conspiracy theory that was laid onto the Epsilon team. But I cannot argue that this is the technology. So that was boom 1. It is represented in these Hirschsprung shields as the monopole, which is the represented here in this fractal level as the auspicious symbol. It is what's driving the pyramid, and it is what does this in nature. It is the ultimate power, and it is in our faces, and it's perfectly in our skulls. This has been a very weird journey for me. A very, very weird journey. If you have any questions, now would be the time to ask them. I will put more references in that I've just missed, and they are abundant in this particular presentation. I have a whole bunch of links to Epsilon Team. There's not much out there, actually, that you can read, but that's probably because it's a secret society, right? Probably secret societies are not wanting everything that they know to be public, and this one took a lot of flack. But for me, this is the real winner here. This meant for me, when I saw this and I saw this, I had to go to Delphi. I had to go to Delphi. I had to understand why. And Delphi is the center of the universe, as far as you can see, if you consider the whole of the Mediterranean here, and the fact between the Bosnia pyramid of the sun and the pyramid at Giza, it's kind of basically in the center, on a line almost through them. Anyway, there we go. That's my hypothesis. Right. Yes, it's the ultimate weapon, Paul O'Neill. When will I go to the Bosnian pyramids? I don't know. I've got so much work to do, things to get done this summer, and it all costs money. So I will be going to visit one of your colleagues here in the chat in Germany, and it is confirmed that he has the exact model of little robot from looking for heat that was constructed and designed around the time that Lion Aka Neil Gould bought the original one. So I believe that that has the best chance of replicating Neil Gould's Lion reactors. We have the actual fuel prepared by Neil Gould, and what I'm going to do is go and see what status of it is, document it, and take a setup to hopefully Artifact will be able to integrate a T7 Pro, and at some point later we will run the experiment. So yeah, and this is not an artistic, I know what you're saying, but this is beautifully accurate. There's the other coins were not made as beautiful as this, but this is the double epsilon. Now I've got one more boom for you. I've got a bonus boom today. Why not? I only actually found this out today by looking at someone talking about epsilon, double epsilon. Because apparently, let me actually find the quote. Let me see if I can find it. Oh dear. Such a mess of slides. Where are we? Okay, so. Ah, dear. How it all comes together. So this is a blog, which I'll give the link to on Epsilon Team. And it says here, Dan Brown, writer of the Da Vinci Code, which was a misinformation, which was terrible, really, to be honest, would probably run a new series of novels if he probed behind the myth and or reality of Epsilon's secret society, otherwise known in Greece as Armada Epsilon or the Epsilon Team. Armada Epsilon's symbol is the Delphic Epsilon, two E's connected back to back and supposedly appearing in ancient Greek and Inca monuments. Okay? Some researchers claim that the symbol has also been seen on UFOs. But wait, that would mean that we have actually seen a UFO, right? Well, alleged reports from eyewitness accounts in the 1940s incident in Roswell claimed that on the debris salvaged from the apparent UFO crash were the words, "this," which means freedom. What if this group does indeed exist? Is it based on other secret societies such as the Freemasons, Illuminati, or even the Bilderberg Group? Legend or not, myth or fact? Today we open the X-Files on the Armada Epsilon. This is one of the closest kept secrets from the public eye. Many people or mainstream media have attempted to address the issue, but were quickly silenced, and the topic or anything revolving around them was swept under the carpet. You will notice that there is extremely very little known of this group, though the internet or books on the mainstream media, and through the internet or books on mainstream media, and yes, they are on a contact-based coordination with NASA. Politicians have no direct contact with this organization. The members will never identify themselves, and if there is some form of leak, they tend to laugh at the conspiracy that even such organization exists. You know, would there ever be a president that would go sailing in the Greek islands? I don't know. So, what is this society about? What is its purpose and its origins? Do such exceptional Helens actually exist? And if yes, why have they not come forward? Why do believers claim that members of Armada Epsilon have advanced knowledge of secret technology that is so great that it can safeguard Greece and the world from threats? Are their minds so advanced that they are able to telepathically converse with aliens? Or are they just gifted group of intellectuals that have aptitude to understand codes and writings inscribed on ancient ruins that are not commonly understood by man using the gift of Hellenic mythology? Better yet, is this whole story just another tale that was passed down from generation to generation, so we, the Greek people, can feel safer knowing that this unique circle of Hellenes will surface when we are at harm's way in order to protect us and stand up for Hellenism? I will try to answer all of these questions, but please keep in mind that this subject is so controversial that I cannot be tackled in one. Okay, blah, blah, blah. You can go and read this. I will provide the link if you can't find it yourself. So, yeah, the Greeks have Epsilon Supreme Council on Mount Athos, Orthodox version. Oh, it's Orthodox Christian. Interesting. Wasn't Tesla's father an Orthodox priest? Anyway, at the monastery of Vatopedi, and every year a group of illustrious brothers of the United Grand Lodge in England, go there for a special summit, including Prince Charles. Don't forget his father is Greek and baptized Orthodox. So Orthodox guys know this. Okay, all right, fine. The group apparently practices in secret old pagan rituals, much like they did in ancient Delphi. Some say this Armada Epsilon a coincidence. Yes, Jackie Onassis. Yes, very good. And so it's blah, 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 blah. Right, I think you need to hear that Greeks are higher than other nations because their DNA is different, much like their skeleton, which they say implies that the Greeks are reclassified and not like another mankind. They hold of the messianic remarks by affirming that Syrians or the Armada Epsilon will come to save Greece. Well, obviously this is old. They represent myths and legends, blah, 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 blah. So obviously, whatever. You can read this. You can read what you want. But I'm interested in this bit here. Well, alleged reports from eyewitness accounts in the 1940s incident in Roswell claim that on the debris salvaged from the apparent UFO crash were the words, "This," which means freedom. Okay, right. This, boom, is Tom DeLonge. This apparently, according to Tom DeLonge, and the wreckage had Greek symbols on it. It spelled freedom. And then we have a double epsilon here and a double epsilon here. Just saying. Now, what happened to Tom DeLonge? Wasn't he like in with a lot of UFO people and he kind of got them out of the woodwork and then tried to get it released and then disappeared? Oh dear, there we go. So this apparently is what was on the crashed UFO. And we have a double epsilon here and a double epsilon here. Correctly proportioned, by the way. It has the thing and, it's not very clear, I have to say, but it doesn't have this extending out. It doesn't have the two sides of the E's going too far. Okay, there we go. I think I'll probably leave it at that, but there we go. That is my journey in a incredibly small nutshell to an amazing set of circumstances where I knew I had to go. It was because of this particular Chiro type structure. Saw it on the building before I left and go there and find out that it is the symbol of Delphi. And there's a secret society that use this symbol and they believe that they have secret knowledge of extraterrestrial origin. So I therefore am saying that when I said at the beginning, Ode E.T.'s secret, I am very, very, very firmly in the position, unless someone can convince me of a wholly different structured universe, that the sacred geometry is the secret, the great secret. It is God's toolbox. It is the Vajra when it's stretched and distorted, but it is ball lightning. Ball lightning is the secret to all hidden technology. That's kind of basically it, really. That's all I want to say. I have many things to share, which are just beautiful from my museum visits in those 2 days in Delphi and surrounding area. The region, there are trees in Greece and possibly even in the flat area that goes out to the port in Delphi that are producing olive oil. And they're the same trees that were there when Jesus was alive. And because there's trading, if you had olive oil in the Middle East at that time, it's quite likely or quite possible that you would have got olive oil from the same trees you can have olive oil from now. And in fact, there are even olive trees that are old enough and still bearing fruit to have been around at the time that so-called the pyramid was thought to have been built, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Of course, we have a different potential thinking on that. So, yeah, exactly the same trees. Like, I think there's some trees that are 5,500 or 6,000 years old and still producing olive oil. So you can literally have olive oil from the same olive trees around Delphi that were consumed by the people of the Bible. Okay, so I'm going to see if you've got any questions here. No, 4,500 years. No, I think the oldest tree is like 5,500 or 6,500 years ago. I think it's on the island of Crete, actually. It's a fairly big tree. really, for me, I almost don't need to see any more. The Delphic epsilon, but properly encoded in these pre-Christian coins here. And these pre-Christian votive shields are the monopole, and it is ball lightning. Ball lightning is the monopole. We know it is, we know it is, we know it is. Therefore, this would be the symbol of power to see you through the spiritual world, and it would be the symbol of power that you would want to have in some form or other on your shields, or shields as represented as coinage. And through the money, you are effectively projecting your power and control. They worship the owl at Bohemian Grove. Well, I don't know whether they do. They certainly, I understand, have an owl there. Yeah. Thank you for your kind words, Bernie. So someone's just written something. The mysterious connection between owls and UFO contact. Okay. You know, in the house that I live in, BurnEye, right? In where I live, above the door, above the door is an owl. It looks down on me every time I enter and exit the house that I live in. When I was a kid, my nan, who's had a relative who was a priest, and I had to bury her a few hundred meters on Ilkley Moor, her ashes. I interned her ashes on Ilkley Moor, a few hundred meters from the stone carving of the auspicious symbol from the ancient pagan peoples of Europe that believed that this is the way the sun worked. The same ones that are in northern Italy that I included on my Sochi presentation from October the 4th, 2018. And she would send me and my siblings out in the autumn to go and collect fir cones. And she would repeatedly teach us how to make owls out of fir cones. And if you look at the plumage on owls and the shape of a fir cone, it kind of looks right. So I grew up regularly making these little decorative owls from fir cones. Cones and owls. Cones and owls. Go and look on YouTube, or not on YouTube, on Etsy.com or something, or whatever, for fir cone owls. It's really easy to do. It's fun, but yeah. Standish, it's a pleasure. I've been wanting to do this presentation, itching to do it. So if you go and look at my commentary when I arrived in Hokkaido, everywhere I went, this is like just a few days after leaving Delphi, everywhere I went, there was owls staring at me. The first restaurant we went into, and then I found out that the owls were the symbol of the native people that were got rid of by the samurais about 450 years ago. The other symbol that they used on their battle cries, on their battle like headbands and stuff, was the Vajra, which is the ball lightning. It is very weird to, within a few days, have seen it in the Czech Republic, have seen it in Delphi, and then have seen it in the Aboriginal peoples of artwork and artifacts in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. Euro sign looks sus now. Well, it's 2 dashes across. No, it's not. Okay, I'll just see if you've got any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for your time.
All right, we are at 16 and a half hours. I think it is time to end it. This was one epic day before Independence Day, July 3rd. And we are live right now also on both BurnEye and Crypto Alchemist with the Drew World Order, aka Chalk Body Outline, CBO, also known as Get Chalked Up, and Drew's panel. You can probably hear Shem, Tartarian Truth, going off in the background there. Part of the panel, Toilet Bowl Earth, Drew, many others, all available, or all on the panel that is restreaming to my channels right now, so that you could just simply hop from one video to the one live stream to the other if you so wish. I'm just working on getting the link for everybody. Love you all. Hope everybody's having a blessed holiday weekend and week. Pseudo-Jew. Not pseudo-Jew, it's crypto-Jew. Take it from the Crypto Alchemist, okay? I took a couple of religious studies in post-secondary, and I had a professor from Israel that taught us it's called a crypto-Jew. The ethnic and religious Jews that hide their Jewishness to infiltrate into other cultures of their goyim.
So they actually really are Jews, or are they like super Jews?
They're super spy Jews that suffer from identity crisis. And, oh, look at that little raccoon go.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying I'm correct with what I'm saying. I'm just sharing what I think about as I'm doing this type of research. So I could 100% be wrong. Do they got the Tay-Sachs or no? The what? What? Tay-Sachs disorder?
Homunculus says what?
Never mind, dude. Tay-Sachs is a genetic disorder that it's a type of psychosis, but mostly Semitic. Like, they're 20 times more susceptible to it if you have Semitic genetics. Tay-Sachs. Anyway, I don't think I've heard of it. It's like the sickle cell or what? Nah, bro. It's like rabies, but for like rats.
Okay, sorry, I'm still live on this one. Khazarian fake Jew. Yes, so the Khazarians are the 13th tribe, right? They're the infiltrators. They are the Zionists. This is what I was taught by my Orthodox Jewish Israeli professor. Absolutely great guy. He was against Zionism himself. He just happened to be a Jew born in Israel in the occupied lands and grew up there and witnessed the assassination of the president. It was like the I believe, socialist president that was for all about peace and stuff. And that he was like on stage or like right up front on stage or something as like a blossoming political science student, like in his mid-20s, and that right the night of the election or the day of something, I forget the exact history, I'm gonna have to look it back up. But anyways, my Israeli professor saw the guy, their hope and leader, get assassinated right in front of him, shot dead, and killed his hopes and dreams, at which point he fled to took his family and left Israel and came to settle in a more peaceful place and not have to worry about, well, the violence today. It's insane, actually. In the West, you do still have to worry. It's absolutely backwards, and that's a whole other rabbit hole for another day. And yes, nothing being said here is meant to offend. But the homunculus is still here. I'm just doing my other stream at 17 hours as well to try to shut down. All right, sorry about that. Running 4 live streams at once, technically. And so we are live on 2 live streams on 2 separate YouTube channels, as well as on 3 Facebooks, 2 Twitches, 3 Twitters, 2 Rumbles, and my God. All right. Toilet Bowl Earth, right? So Toilet Bowl Earth inspired me to get this is truly a garbage can Earth, because it is both flat and round. You have garbage can Earth filled with recycling great minerals. We have, but inspired by TBE, that is Toilet Bowl Earth, not to be mixed up with his partner in crime on the Drew World Order block, known as EBT, EBTX, Enslaved by Truth. Yeah. Maybe I should just stream it over, keep it going. Why end it? It's this length. Might as well just keep it going. Here we go. This is the one. I think I figured it out. I'm pretty tired. I've been streaming for 17 hours straight. Oh my goodness. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Already 10 p.m. My God. Happy Independence Day, 4th of July, America.
I just pulled it up.
Let me know how the sound is.
Called the seizures. TAY dash.
Do the liturgical practices of the church, they basically consider them like atheists.
That's where the whole debate comes in for the corruption of the church to begin with, which is the result of original Islam, and also the split between the Nestorian Christians and the Catholics, though, the Western and Eastern Christian split, right? Because one side said some things that offended the other side. One side said that Jesus was God and was the Son of God, and the other side said that Jesus was just a prophet who proclaimed the original laws of God, which I'm not saying either side is correct. I'm not trying to cause any problems with anyone. I'm just talking about historical problems and facts, I guess. So
yeah, that just was not going to work. So here's the link for the stream if you wish to go watch it now that we are ending here. thank you, everyone. And yeah, right. I needed to end it definitely before 18 hours. That's 18 hours. YouTube deletes it. Okay. Let's call it a night. Thank you, everybody, and everything does help. Bless everybody that your generosity, your continued support, and helping me make this work and continue making more of this monoatomic Ormus. And so look at these 4 different colors, I guess, before we go. 4 different colors of this aluminum zinc mixture out of the same jar that I was able to separate and start rinsing here. I've also got a full silver one that's not in this screenshot or in camera right now, but right behind it we do have a big jar of 8 ounces of pure silver, 99.99 silver, 4 2-ounce coins, and it's actually condensing silver at the bottom now, and we are going to see it start amassing just in the same levels as the aluminum zinc copper compounds here. And well, shit, I didn't quite finish, and it's not, I still have an hour before 18 hours, so I guess I should move these guys outside and finally give an agricultural alchemy update before we go. So in that case, I am going to mute myself out and just reshare the Chalk Body Outline Drew World Order panel stream. That actually works out while I finally get this ready. All right.
They each have this layer where they continue on, like, oh, our religion was corrupted, so now I'm a prophet. It even happens with the later versions of religion, like Bahaism and stuff like that, which aren't even considered Abrahamic religions, but the people who practice them consider them to be Abrahamic religions. So, I mean, it's so hard to even talk about this kind of stuff because there's so many factors that come into play, like so many different distortions. Like people say that the Bible didn't exist till 1611 with the King James version. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just so many arguments that you can consider in this debate where it makes it impossible to come to, I guess, common terms on anything. But we're still having this conversation just to have fun, I guess. But it's become kind of not fun because people got offended. So I kind of feel bad.
Welcome. Can't be getting offended out here in the YouTube streets, man.
Yeah, I guess so. But it does suck because yeah, it's more along the lines of like, I guess at the end of the day, it would just be nice to try to have a better world in some way, but however that's possible. I think that Christian beliefs are probably the closest thing to having that type of world that we want to live in, because it allows anyone to live their lives anywhere they want to, and you just have to be accepting of it. So I'm a strong proponent of Christianity.
Well, I don't think that Christians would agree with you that that's what the Christianity means, that you just accept anybody for what they believe. You know?
What makes you say that?
Because I've talked to a lot of Christians, I've debated with Christians, and you know they don't all think that you should just accept people for who they are, and you know you should be open to people. And I don't know, is there a particular aspect of the message of Jesus that you could point to that's saying that?
I can't quote it directly off the top of my head, but
now you're talking about rednecks, though. The redneck Christians are the ones that don't want to accept people for who they are, and xenophobia and shit. Those are different than European Christians, obviously.
Yeah, but I can't give a direct quote. But when I was, for example, listening to like reading the Gospel of John, there's part in it where Jesus is like being tortured, and he's going through all that stuff, and he's talking about basically I don't have any enemies and stuff like that, and like it literally brought me to tears. So I'm thinking like, holy shit, this guy is fucking awesome. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this guy is going through all this stuff, and he's still able to treat people like they're his brothers, and like He has no
Yeah,
enemies, and everyone's good. But you could be completely right. I'm just and Muhammad.
Muhammad has stuff like that, and Job says stuff like that when he's suffering, and you know what I'm saying. So there's people who show, mercy towards people who hurt them, all throughout the Bible, So Jesus is continuing the message that's already there. You know what I'm saying, right? So he's trying to exemplify or be the epitome of something that's already there, in a sense. But I don't think that as you said before, this was a message already, but then it got corrupted. You know what I'm saying? So then it goes with what you were saying. It would just be, he's just trying to revivify, a previous tradition, and I think that's what Christians would agree. But along those terms, they would agree that it's exclusive, because like, look at just Romans 1, where he's like, look, certain type of people you don't want in your community. And then look at Corinthians 1, where he's talking about the different sects and the different groups of people who follow Cephas, they follow Apollo, and all that stuff. And he's trying to, weed these people out from the community, separate the wheat from the chaff. So there's all these messages where, he is saying that, it is an exclusive message, and that the people that are in the church are part of the body of Christ, and imitate me as I imitate Christ. So everybody who's outside of that is outside of it. So they would have it be an exclusive message, and then you see the same thing in in Islam, where you see like, the Muslims are part of one nation. Every Muslim is a brother to every other Muslim. And in the Judaism, obviously you have the whole concept of Israel. In Exodus, it says Israel is the firstborn son of God. So that's irreconcilable with the Christian message. If you think Israel is the firstborn son of God, and you think that that's a country and it's not a person, you know what I mean? So
yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I just think that they're, well, actually, no, I'm not going to say what I have to say here. But yeah, I respect your point of view on it 100%. And like I said, I'm not trying to cause division. I'm just talking about it, I guess.
No, me either. But I just think, like, first thing to seeing, like, be your way out of the matrix is like seeing it for what it is. And it's just kind of just like, just seeing like, okay, well, there's a reason why people debate and disagree about these things. And these are some of the starting points is what I'm pointing out. It's like, oh, there's just paradoxes within the message themselves that seem to be irreconcilable facts,
I just think that a lot of the debate and the paradoxes within the message come from a human source as opposed to from God himself. That's
have
my
you
argument.
guys heard of Billy Carson?
I've heard the name before, but it's not ringing
Billy
any bells right now.
Carson. Billy Carson's just cool. He's like a base black guy, and he's like, fuck Bibles, bro. It's all about reading tablets. You gotta read cuneiform tablets.
Yeah,
you
Billy
gotta read
Carson's a huge piece of
tablets
shit,
and
dude.
shit.
Billy Carson
Y'all are reading off a
on the
paper.
Gaia,
We're talking
Gaia
about
TV. He works with NASA.
dude. I'm talking about tablets and shit, bro. You guys are talking about Bibles and shit.
He's
You know what I'm
talking about
saying?
an iPad tablet.
I know your forbidden knowledge, Billy Carson. He's good stuff, but he's definitely the guy that got Cecil on that red-haired, blue-skinned giant folk.
No, that shit's for real, bro. They're from Aldebaran and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your Bibles. I'm reading tablets, right? I'm reading cuneiform tablets. I'm reading hieroglyphics and shit.
Well, what if the Mormon tablets actually claim that they are cuneiform and Sumerian and
Mormons can't even fucking Mormons. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You freaking, I can see what the freaking Mormons ate. You fuck Mormons.
Mormons.
What's up, Smith?
Sorry, that was
Look at
pretty
Smith.
funny,
You look
but
like you're in a damn
not
horror
really
movie
at
or
the
something,
same
dude.
time. Pretty bad. Mormons. How about my aunt, uncle, and
He's ready to kill his wife or something, dude.
nephews and nieces?
That's a bit
Great
much.
people, extended large family. I love them. And
Yeah, I've been drinking. What's up?
not F them, Cecil.
Probably been drinking again.
I was trying to fill the
Where the
break.
codes, man? Where the codes?
Both
Well, here's one for you.
Tablets of the
So
same
it's kind of
language.
related to what you're saying. I posted in your chat a second ago. On the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination, Kobe, which translates to Israel, Jesus literally said, "You will be Israel" to Jacob, which Kobe translates to Jacob. He was 6,666 days on the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. You know who was born that day? His name was Juju Smith-Schuster, and he showed up at the Super Bowl in a dress this year because he's trying to tell people there's no men left. Because the day JFK died, so did the writer of Brave New World. Thought that was a weird coincidence. And then Juju shows up in a dress to the Super Bowl. Because our country's being destroyed, well, nothing happens.
Where's that Rochelle revealed, dude? We're gonna put
Man, fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. That's why I'm really shit, because I don't come on here. I don't say my shit to other people, and I say, be like me, I'm so fucking holy. I'm a fucking terrible person. I'm fucking lit right now, bro. I was doing pretty good. I'm fucking backslid. I'm lit as fuck. So I'm a real person.
This is the Smith we need for tonight. We're gonna lock you in the elimination chamber in the Hell in the Cell with Rochelle reveals.
Man, fuck.
You
I don't need that drama.
fucking numbers until
that guy's a fucking nutcase.
That's funny, man.
Tablet.
Yeah, fuck those tablets. I saw ETB. No, I'm not. No disrespect to you.
Love Agent Smith,
the
man.
Emerald tablets.
Operates through the matrix and the numbers and shit.
Those Emerald tablets is bullshit.
Yeah, Emerald
It's a
tablets
lie.
is not real.
They got their knowledge because they were taught it by the fallen angels that came down, the 33 and a third. That's how we learned all this knowledge. That's why it's called Freemasonry. And their thing is 33 and a third. And they built all these They built all these Masonic structures all over the world that can't to this day be replicated. They say they can't.
bro.
They can't lift those stones. They can't align them that way.
Stone tablet, stone mason. Like, are you know,
something like that?
What did they build that can't be rebuilt today? The Masons.
Great pyramids.
A fuck lot. There's a hell of a lot that they built.
Baalbek, Gobekli Tepe, or however you say that one. All kinds of different things.
It looks like some
Cannot
fucking
be
stones.
duplicated.
They just like stood up. It looked like shit.
Yeah.
Gobekli Tepe.
Yeah. This next year. And I've shared that before. It's going to be a big day. Maybe not that day. They got something planned. Didn't they used to sacrifice people on the eclipse at those Aztec temples? They did.
Fuck yeah.
They did.
Hey, have you guys
the
seen
sun
that
will
movie?
be darkened and the moon will turn to blood before the day of the coming of the day of the Lord.
Have you guys seen that movie Apocalypse Now?
I don't watch movies, but tell me about it.
It's a movie.
The Apocalypse Now, it's about Vietnam.
Oh, no, I never seen that.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. You know, they're freaking blowing shit up. They're like surfing on Vietnam Beach. Anyway, they made an all black version. It's called Now Apocalypse.
July, America.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Damn. Was there blacks in Vietnam? There had to be, right?
Oh fuck yeah!
Just they were the cannon fodder.
Say what?
Were they the cannon fodder or what?
Nah, bro, but they was over there complaining about having to have a job and shit. They was
Hey, it's officially happy 4th of July, America.
Hey, it is 4th of July.
Daniel 7:4.
Yeah, bro. I've never seen any movie. I just talked to somebody about this. There's no movie I've seen. You can name any movie, and I'm like, no, I've never.
No, we should be.
Never seen this TV show. Never seen anything.
I'm the same way. Any classic movie, Back to the Future, Star Wars.
Okay, I've seen shit like that. I've seen.
I haven't seen any of them. None of them.
Yeah,
not a single one.
People are like, "Have you ever seen Scarface, dude?" I'm like, "No," and they're like,
"I have that." Taxi Driver.
Scarface only.
A little dark. That's a good one.
Never seen it.
Never seen the Back to the Futures though.
I've seen the shit like E.T., you know, like shit like that.
Yeah, E.T. Come on, I've seen that.
Where's E.B.T.? Have I seen Ace Ventura? I think I saw Ace Ventura, but I was like high as a fucking kite. I don't really remember it. There's like a portion of my life where I was just like smoking acres, so like I don't remember much of it.
Amazing. Very creative.
So wait, Smith, you said say that one again. The
33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. Kobe was 6,600.
No, the other one, the 9,000 one.
6,666 days old. 9,999 days later is the eclipse. And I
Later
think
than
maybe
what? Later than Kobe?
later than that 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. So if you want to count the end date from Kobe's birth until the eclipse, 16,666 days. I mean, some of my stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe it's a coincidence. How about like CDC, like the CDC or ACDC, Highway to Hell? When that song released, Obama was 6,566 days old. I don't know. Probably a coincidence, I guess. I don't know. But if you see all the other ones I have, it's not. It's not. On Jordan's first finals game against Magic, Kobe was 4,666 days old. And so I said that on Jim Bob's show, no disrespect to Jim Bob. And he's like, why don't you count whatever? Well, you didn't give me a chance to tell you, Jim Bob, that same day, Kobe was also 666 weeks, 4 days old. So it was a pretty significant day that he was 4,666 days old and 666 weeks old also. Same day. Passing of the torch. First finals game.
What is your blood alcohol content right now?
It's dude, this is where I'm at. This is what's left.
What is that?
That was a half gallon that was maybe here.
Oh, that looks like is that some plastic bottle shit? Is that the
that's plastic bottle shit, man.
Oh,
I already went to the expensive stuff. I had some Pendleton the other night, man. I'm just drinking the cheap shit.
He's like an American Indian, bro. He drinks liquor and he's like going into the astral plane and shit. Just like
that's pretty accurate there.
Indians can't drink. I had an Indian roommate way back in the day. They cannot drink at all.
Oh, I can drink. That's for sure. Am I same person? No, I should not drink. I should.
Are you Indian?
I am.
Oh yeah, then you definitely shouldn't be drinking.
I agree. My grandpa died in a gutter on alcohol.
So
he literally laid down in the gutter in Seattle and died.
That's what my grandpa did too. But my grandpa died in a walk home from the bar, which was like 4 houses down from the house, and he like walked home and just laid down on the gutter and died.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it 4 houses home.
Yeah,
fucking crazy. So what does all the codes mean, Smith? That's what the chat wants to know.
I think it means that it's coming to the end here. So on the day Magic announced that he had the fake virus, on the 311th day, just listen, Kobe was 4824 days old. When's the eclipse? Is it on 4824? Magic announced he has a fake virus on the 311th day. The NBA shuts down on 311 and goes to the Magic Kingdom. And Trump says, drain the swamp. But that's what they did when they built the Magic Kingdom. They're casting black magic on us. Satan's the Lord of this world. Does that make sense? I'm not crazy.
So what do you think about, like, for Kobe Bryant, for example? Do you think they just like they pick him because he has those days and then they like invest in his career, or do you think he's just born to like be that guy?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I thought at first like they make up some of these dates and stuff, and I'm like, there's no way. This guy up top, he seems somewhat interested. He's not dogging on me. That's cool. I appreciate it. But even if people don't think it's that's fine. But if you saw how much I had, dude is like a Bing commercial. Whatever the fuck that means, bro. You know what I mean?
Why would Kobe be so important to this?
Well, Kobe translates to the supplanter, or the one who takes the place of someone else, like a false idol or an antichrist. He was baby Jordan. So why is Jordan so important? There's a whole culture around him. He's the first signature shoe athlete. He's the first billionaire athlete. He's known for what? His all-mocking tongue. Name one other person known for an all-mocking tongue besides
Miley Cyrus.
Besides Kiss.
Miley
and
Cyrus.
What's Jim Carrey's name in The Mask? Stanley Ip Kiss. It's an internet provider kiss of death, and it's coming. I'm telling you.
And also Kobe is like beef, bro, and beef is a bull, and bulls got the horns like fucking.
I know you're talking shit, bro. You're talking shit, but if you heard my research, That's
I'm
exactly
trying to be like you, dog. I'm
exactly what it's like. And what's Kobe's sister city? It's Seattle. Now space that into 2 words. It's Sea-attle. It's cattle. And Kobe's founded in 201, like Event 201.
Wait,
I don't know why that's hard for people to understand. You don't have to like my truth.
Man.
It's not my truth. It's the truth.
I'm just a
Nothing I
little
say is
confused. Did something happen recently with Magic Jordan or Magic Johnson? Are you talking about when he originally got the
Magic
AIDS
fake.
virus?
Okay, so you got Johnson and Johnson, which Trump endorsed, and there's both agendas. Johnson Sr. fakes that he has something, a disease. Johnson Jr. fakes
Bird
that he
flu,
is
dude. Bird flu.
Fakes that he is something, a woman. Johnson's kid fakes that he's a woman, and they're born 19845 days apart. What are the chances? 1984.
Magnetic.
What about Herschel Walker's kid? He's also a woman.
Yeah. Okay, it's everywhere. So that's the agenda. It's Q trust the plan.
What would be Kobe's significance? I don't get it. Like, why would besides the name? I guess not that I don't get it. What I'm asking is, like, why would he become famous and stuff? Do you think like the Lord uses him, or you think?
No, that's I don't. You asked me before when he had me on the first time. You're like, well, just tell me it's a matrix, and then I'll I agree.
Well, if you were
but
trying
I
to
don't
say
know
you're
who's
assuming
behind
like
it because
I would understand your argument better.
Because God has everything planned from the beginning, but Satan, I believe, is the Lord of this world. I do feel like he is in control of this world. Is he making them born? I don't know how it all works, but I do know that
you
it's
think
all
Satan then gave Kobe Bryant basketball skills so that
I mean, I don't know how it all works. And what do people?
I'm
What do
not
athletes
joking.
do when they
I'm
win a
just trying to
championship?
understand it.
Where do
Like,
they
I don't
go?
get-
Where do they go? The Magic Kingdom when they win? Oh, okay.
But why would NBA be so tied into the?
Because they're more visible than other things. So, like, football might overall be more popular, but nobody's name it. Pat Mahomes. Do you know anybody who owns the Pat Mahomes shoes? I don't even know if he has any. You know what I mean? It's basketball. It's basketball. That's how they indoctrinate people. The I Can't Breathe back in 2014. Dennis Rodman dressing as a woman in the 90s. Jason Collins coming out as gay, is playing on a team. I mean, with all kind, and I could name, that's just right off the top of my head, and I've been drinking a ton. There's a bunch. It's the NBA. That's how they do it. And who owns the NBA? China. That's who. Daryl Morey tried to speak up about it. LeBron makes all his money off their slave labor and is like, Daryl Morey doesn't know what he's talking about. Hong Kong's awesome. They're living in cages over there. Like, they're oppressed.
What about when Dick Ebersol ran NBC and he set it all up like a TV show?
What do you mean?
What's the guy's name?
What do you mean?
Like the guy that ran the NBC TV, like back in the Jordan dynasty, and he ran it like it's rigged, is what I'm saying. He ran it like a.
So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of March magnets. So they say, oh, they're using magnets in the rim. Look it up. Wilson Basketball has a magnet patent, and they erased my community post 3 times on it. Wilson Basketball.
I'm gonna look it up right now. What is
Wilson
it called?
Basketball has a magnet patent.
Didn't Pat Truther talk about this stuff? Whatever happened to that guy?
Shit, Phoenix, Arizona's lit right now. Look at that.
The rebirth. Phoenix just traded away the point god. Trying to point you to God.
While he's looking that up, so what's the most recent thing that's happened in relation to your theory? Because all the stuff I'm hearing is
one of the most recent ones is I was like, I don't watch the NBA, but I was like, okay, you got Nikola Jokic, the Joker, who has a picture of him in his childhood wearing a Denver Nuggets shirt and holding a tennis racket, and he makes it to the finals on Novak Djokovic's birthday. He makes it there, and so then Jimmy Butler is Jordan's son, and guess what? They're born 1984 days apart. And I found that
Jimmy Butler didn't do shit
fuck?
in the finals, though. He didn't do nothing.
I know. I'm just saying. They're born
But how could he be
1984.
Michael Jordan's son if that's real?
He is Michael Jordan's son. I'll guarantee it.
I've heard that rumor.
I'm 6079. He's born 9706 after Jordan, but no one cares about that. But yeah, that was probably one of my most recent.
Basketball magnet patent. What am I looking for?
Wilson Basketball magnet patent. I would just do that. Like, maybe you could probably do it. I'm pretty sure I did it as a Google search originally.
The basketball shot determination system. Is this what you're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And then people are like, oh, that's misinformation. That's for. It's like, no, bro. It's truth in plain sight. It's right there for you.
Wilson Sporting Goods. Yep. Okay. Let's see. A shot determination system for use with a basket and a portable electronic device, including a processing unit, a memory, and an output device. And the system includes a basketball, at least one sensor carried by the basketball, and a non-transient computer-readable medium. The medium
Seems
contains
weird that
code to
Wilson
direct the processor to obtain at least one attribute of a shot of the basketball towards the basket. The at least one attribute being sensed by the at least one sensor are derived from signal output by the at least one sensor. The code directs the processor to determine whether the shot is a made basket by comparing the at least one attribute of the shot to one or more predetermined signature characteristics of a made basket to present output to a person based on the determination of whether the shot is a made basket.
if you believe that, or they're just altering how it works.
Or it's totally bullshit. Okay, what it sounds like it's saying though is that it can gather data from the shot and use characteristics of shots that have been made before. So to me, it sounds like they would be able to tell earlier on whether it's a made or missed shot earlier at the release of the shot.
Exactly. Within 0.5 seconds of the release, they knows if it's going in or not, and it can be altered.
Does it also have something to do with like how they have the system set up where they show the ball going into the hoop on live TV with like the yellow line?
Could be used in other ways, for sure. Especially for anybody who's like, "Oh no, they're totally going to the moon." Well, then you don't think they can alter a shot? Come on.
What about the airless basketball? Have you seen this, Smith?
I've seen that. Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is. They says it's going to cost like $400 for the average person, and they've put like $100,000 of research into it. It's like, what's the point?
Well, it's probably you can control it with the magnet better, probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, did you see Kawhi Leonard's shot 2 years ago? I don't watch basketball. Did you not see that bounce on the rim?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
5
That
seconds.
one's fake as hell for sure.
Fuck yeah.
It bounced on the rim. If you've never seen it, I'll play it in a second here. It bounced on the rim like 5, 6, 7 times before it went in.
And it's game 7. Like, come on. Last second.
So this is the new airless basketball by Wilson. Who owns that patent. The 3D printed basketball. And they say it handles and everything just like a regular basketball. Who knows if that's true, but
Introducing the Wilson airless prototype. A ball that takes everything we know and reaches for something beyond.
I can't breathe. Airless.
We was athletes.
Yeah. 311 disease and Trayvon Martin, I can't breathe, was 3,011 days before George Floyd. 311 or 3Ks like the KKK because it's all about dividing people.
It's not about dividing people. It's about.
I don't want people divided. I'm saying that's their agenda, is to divide people, and that's why the main street in the birthplace of Father's Day is division.
Yeah, I remember when they had Kobe Bryant come out on the commercial with the infusion basketball. That's what reminds me of where they where they had the basketball that pumped itself. And like
the self-inflating
balls.
balls. I remember.
Yeah, the self-inflating like thing. It was like weird. Like I remember he was in the commercial for the infusion basketball. I don't know if that's related to any of this hype. You know what I mean? But yeah, self-inflating ball. That kind of sounds like an airless. You know.
Well, I see EBT. Yeah, he's throwing it up there. No, it's Prince of the Power of the Air Jordan from the Windy City, Chicago. Like Power of the Air, Windy City. Known for his all-mocking tongue, he's been putting his name on people's soles of their feet since the 322nd day of '84. I'm not just throwing shit together. I've researched
the chat's on you now. They're like, yeah, he's on that.
I'm on
basketball's fake though. Come on, we know basketball's fake. I just don't get where the numbers tie in.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand the numbers too.
So Jordan is born 5,666 days before Kobe. Coincidence? Obama's
What's the 5? What's the 5 in that? Nothing.
That's a comma. It's a comma, and then the 3
5's
sixes.
a comma.
So there we
What
go.
does it all mean? What does it?
It means coincidence, I guess. Obama's birthday is 8-4, and on Jordan's first game, he was 8484 days old, and then Kobe dies 8484 days after his first game.
Smith, man, you have such a stellar memory, bro. Like, what kind of hobbies do you have, man? You could apply this. You could apply this to so many things, bro.
He's got to do this number shit so he doesn't drink, and then but now. He's
okay. Oh, true.
But then the more that I do it, the more that I'm just like.
Now he thinks he can drink and do it at the same time. Now this is where it goes downhill. How does Tekashi 6ix9ine tie into this? Laughing Man wants to know.
Who? Oh, the one dude with the face tats.
Yeah,
well,
they all have face tats.
You can go in reverse. It would be 9-6, and the queen died at 96. Kobe, so the queen bee dies at 96. Kobe debuts in 96. Freddie Mercury of Queen dies in 96, and he died specifically of HIV because it's an HIV hive mind. And then you got the Queen died 9822. Yeah, now get this. Queen dies 9822, and Sting, like a bee, is born 9822 days before Kobe because they're KOing the bees. And if you phonetically spell it like the phonetically spell it, dictionary,
you get way too in the weeds, bro. Like it goes just like
the thing that's killing me is like you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Drew.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing that's killing me is you can make, if you don't have a YouTube channel already, you could literally make a YouTube channel and just say all the shit you're saying. And make so much
I should make videos. I need to edit them, or it's just me ranting, and then people like you're crazy, like they do anyways. But if you look it up in the dictionary, it's pronounced KOHBE, and KOH is potassium hydroxide because it's a disease of cleanliness the last 3 years, and BE is beryllium, and that's a major 5G small cell component. So we all need to lock down.
Why did Kobe change his number? Why did Kobe change his number from 8 to 24?
Good.
See, that's the key, bro. That's the key. You're missing.
So he was 8
all together, bro.
Yeah, I'm not positive, but you got 2319 Monsters Inc. And on 9/11, Kobe was 23 years old, or 23 years, 19 days old, or 8,420. There's both his numbers, and that's the same amount of days from the creation of the CDC until the moon landing. We have a 2319. I'm insane. I get it.
I just thought he finally stumped you, and then you're like, nope, Monsters Inc.
No, man.
I thought you were finally going to be like, I don't know. It's crazy.
2 + 4 = 6 is the 246th anniversary of America. Last day today, Rihanna performed at the Super Bowl, and she's from country code 246.
Yeah,
or it's 246s because Obama is born 46 days after the king. But
okay, I got one for you. How about do you know who Kobe Bryant was drafted by?
He was drafted by Charlotte the Hornets, which is an anagram for throne. And the movie They Live. No, get this. The movie They Live debuted on the Charlotte Hornets' first game. They are Satan. That's how he identifies. He's androgynous.
Who?
Satan. They live.
Okay.
That's who they is. Because the devil's biggest trick is making people think that he never lived. But the only thing is, he never died. So he lives because live backward is evil, and he's still living. And he's here.
So, do you know who Kobe was traded for?
He was traded for Vlade Divac, which is kind of like COVID, Divac.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, bro. I was going to say Divac is just like COVID. It's one letter off, bro.
Tranquil Vortex said, Smith, I hope you feel better soon. You have an amazing mind, keeping you in my prayers. Yeah, I agree. You do have an amazing mind. This is very impressive.
No, man, for real. Like I'm saying, like this guy's spitting fucking like hard numbers, times, dates, names. Like he's got a memory trap, bro.
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
like he's good on it.
If you're not successful in life, I don't know how you're not.
With that mind.
Keep it up.
He's more accurate than fucking Archaics. That's the crazy thing. That's why I said he can.
Okay, speaking of Archaics, what happened to Matt May, dude?
Dude, I'm wondering the same thing.
He just released a new book, I think. Actually, Pink did a review on the book.
Of whose book?
Matt just came out with like new, or
No,
he's
not
like
that
releasing. New, oh, Matt May. Oh, Matt May.
Matt May.
No, yeah, no, the other one from Archaic. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to that guy.
He's
No,
still an
that's
admin on the
Quantum
Facebook
Conscious,
page.
dude.
Matt May is still an admin on the Archaics Facebook group because I'm in there on one of my accounts, and I don't know.
Oh, so
I've asked multiple times. Huh?
You said you do numbers or something, or follow
No,
them maybe.
No, we're talking
for
about sex
Archaics. For Archaics, I'm in his communities under various aliases because I like to keep up with what's going on. But yeah, Matt May's still admin on his Facebook group, but he hasn't posted anything since the end of May, which is
he
weird because his
missing?
name's May. I've
Sure.
asked, no response.
I appreciate you having me on. It's better than me putting my insanity other places in the world. Let me share one more with you. Machine Lies, Cecil Drake, Shem Jacobs, nice to meet you tonight. Brong Ripper, I love what you had to say earlier. And I met Bernie
Nice to
before
meet
he's
you.
doing. So you have Israel's country code is 972. From the founding of Israel until the date of 972 is 19840 days. We live in 1984. World navigation is called WGS 1984. Bo Biden died 1984 days before the selection. So that's all coincidences. I appreciate you guys. Way better. Good. You got good vibes, dude. You got a good community. You're a good dude. Appreciate you. Take
We
care.
appreciate you. Have a good night, man.
Anytime, Smith. Cheers.
You can go drink a whole nother bottle now.
More plastic bottles.
Yeah.
That's just dangerous.
Someone said that it's like Rain Man, and it is actually like so indicative of that film. Like in so
Yeah,
many ways.
totally.
Straight up, man. Like he's just got that Rolodex for fucking Rain. It is impressive, but you know.
Well, he wasn't even stuttering, and that's the thing with Archaics. You made the comparison. Archaics doesn't remember a lot of the stuff he's trying to bullshit people with. Some of it's accurate, but a lot of it is, you know. But this guy, he's able to just like get it straight out of his head like that. It seemed like he had no problems recalling any number or any date. He could easily make money on YouTube if he went that route, I guess.
Yeah, that's like a skill. That's like the people that can have, what do they call it, like pitch perfect? They can hear a song and just go play it instantly. It's like the
Pretty
same kind
insane.
of thing, but just
Oh yeah, no, I've met people like that, and it's actually crazy to be around those individuals that they really are just like they do have a skill. Like that's a legitimate skill, man. And like I was saying, if he applied it like you were saying, Trent, like if he applied it in a platform like YouTube or something like that, he could easily be like just raking in those fucking those super chats and shit like that. Just yeah, absolutely. Just like, people will listen to that all day, every day.
That's all you see on social media is gematria and etymology with these truther communities.
Oh, absolutely. And they go hand in hand, and you see them like breaking down the etymology of the word, and then they start applying the number system to it. And, there's all these different types of forms of number systems and whatever else. Like you literally you could spend all day doing this shit. And that's a big part of why I never got into the fucking gematria aspect of it. I felt it to just be so ridiculous. Like you really could just straight up spend like countless hours diving into this shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying there's I do feel like you were saying there's a legitimate aspect to the research, but at the end of the day, you how far down the rabbit hole do you really want to go with all of that stuff?
Yeah, you could go into it forever, just like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give too much weight to the etymology and gematria, especially since we had the standardization of languages within the last 300, 400 years. So who knows how corrupt they are and if that actually applies to anything. It's still interesting, though. It's just something I've never invested into.
No, absolutely. And I agree. Smith is still in the chat. Peace out. God bless. Yeah, I agree, man. Thanks for hopping in. And yeah, it's always just interesting to hear those perspectives.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so
here we
much
go.
for having me back on. I love B Smiley. I saw B Smiley in the chat. He says it's a bit of a stretch. I might go there sometimes, but in the rest of the world, you say
Damn
the
true.
day
You had
of
me back there for half an hour, man.
in the rest of the world, you say the day of the month first. So the Queen died on 8/9/22 or HIV. The Queen died on HIV 8/9/22.
You can't bullshit a bullshit.
Okay, now you got to go on that one. JJ, when I see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's like 7 squares that I can see, and then that's why I didn't see Nana when she was backstage either. Once it gets
the comments in the chats have been funky all night too.
Well, I gotta like scroll down to see it. I guess I could zoom out on my browser here.
You saw that firework and you put me right on.
I didn't see, where's the fireworks?
All right. You're innocent.
All right, man, we need some drama. I gotta.
Yeah, where the fuck is Grace? Like, is she being
Where's
held
Grace?
hostage?
Where's the Illuminati? Where's all the? Where's
where's
Ben
Aphrodite? Yeah, Illuminati was in
all
the chat
all
earlier,
the
wasn't he?
TikTokers are quiet tonight, man.
No, I know.
Tommy
we're
is
supposed to be
really
doing our-
insane. Like Tommy's Patrick Bateman fucking crazy. Like bad fucking bad.
What's up, Joe Cool?
Yeah.
I really don't think people realize how insane Tommy is. All the people I've met in my life and talked to, and Tommy's like, he's up there. Guys, bad shit nuts.
Some of those guys you were having on for a while scared me away. I was like, damn, these guys are too intense for me. Like, I can't remember the other guy's name. I was talking about him in your Discord for a little bit. He was very creepy with the black eyes. I can't remember his name, but yeah.
Which dude? Yeah.
I think his name was Zach or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
Fucking possessed? Why does he got black eyes? The fuck?
I don't know. He was just super fucking dark. I was like, damn, I can't even participate in this arc.
Yeah,
Gotta watch the
you lose
intelligent
soul
people like
tokens
Tom.
sometimes, man. Oh, sorry, JJ.
Better be sorry, man.
I don't remember him.
Shit.
I can't remember what his name was. I think I might have one of his videos on my phone though. I'll look it up.
Oh, what's this lady doing up here? Look at this lady. See, now that people are gonna
The
get
kid's
drunk, you're
always
gonna see
posting
this-
comments. My fault.
Oh yeah, let's go. How about Grace versus Southern? Where's Grace? They have a beef already anyway.
Grace can't take that hate. Not down here in the South. Yeah, you tell him so.
Yeah, our cake sucked. Our cakes was just fun to make fun of, I thought. And then even that got old. Once our cakes dropped our cakes, the movie, like, it was over. It was no longer, he like wrecked himself there.
No, that was definitely some straight up like that was a humiliation ritual, man. Like I don't see them like publicly trying to achieve something like that without it being intentional. You know what I mean? And there's like, I don't know, maybe there's a reason why they self-sabotage themselves or whatever, but yeah, it's fucked up. Oh, fit up some girl. LOL. Yeah, you go Rick Grace a new bunghole and tell that corn husker what's up. Oh shit, my bad. Anyway.
Oh
God, EBT.
It's Grace that got Gabby vetoed. Not Aphrodite.
A hefty bag? It would at least take 2 or 3 to move that fridge. She's a fucking unit, bro.
What?
Yeah, okay. The France riots. Let me find some France. The people want the France riots. Hold on.
Let's
trans riot for certain.
It's basically just like George Floyd all over again. Like the cops killed a.
Listen to this urgently because there is a new generation of millionaires.
Yeah, it's basically the
18-year-old kid
European
or something,
version
like a
of it.
film. It was like a Muslim kid or something. I don't know enough about it, but then so there's like a full chimp out happening.
Yeah, like
How the fuck did Rain
cops,
Man pop up?
the cop shot like a 16-year-old kid or something like that, apparently. So yeah, everyone's popping off, and of course, it's more than most likely like a false flag incident or whatever, designed to create this kind of chaos and disruption. Again, it's the destruction of infrastructure as well. It's just a bunch of fucking nonsense. I've got archaics, bars. We appreciate you, Tranquil.
What's up, Nana?
How you going?
Thanks for having me on here.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm all right. I had a seizure, so I'm back.
Seizure?
You had a seizure?
I have seizures. So yeah, it's all right. I'm back. Hubby looked after me.
You
I hope
okay?
you're okay.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
crazy.
okay. Yeah, I played piano on the internet, then had a seizure, and now I'm back. So bam, let's get this thing
That's
going.
now she's ready to drop bars.
Okay, I can't stand that guy. So right, you ready?
Yeah.
I don't have any music for it, but I just wrote some stuff because it comes sometimes. You ready? All right. Jason Bashir's is a rapist and con. He liked to take women in cars for a run. Whether they liked it mattered not at all. He wanted the car and the woman enthralled. 8th grade education, but can make Ophis work. A boy who grew up in the streets in the dirt. Baptist folks tried hard to show him the way, but that young Brashears, he just ran away. Stealing cars was so fun and it paid really well. He enjoyed his quick time with whichever cartel. Then he served his time in the Terror Dome. Gangs honed his talents in Jason's shape. So he went to prison for 26 years. A plea deal was taken, though 30 got dealed. He found the old books, he told us he did. But who lets a max sec get tools for a shiv? What was done to him in that big clink? Did he take a deal with an MK clinic? Many got time off, their sentence to help. Maybe AIX came from a Tavistock book. In prison, he got caught with a phone in his bum. He liked to watch porn and watch it on his own. Then forlorn filth came from his perverted soul. He imagined a lot in his sick author role. Is this a bad actor playing a bit or an ex-con who spent years planning it? How could the masses possibly know? Because YouTube's a big grifter TV show now.
Jesus, that was incredible.
Snap.
That man is a bad man. He's a bad man. I don't know what he's doing,
he's a
but
piece of
I don't
shit.
like it. Where'd Matt go?
Not for real though.
Got a great voice.
Tip of the cap, Nana. You come back from a seizure and just stop dropping bars like that. Come on, that's ridiculous. Everyone give it up.
Like I took my granddaughter on the AC one day. It was Christmas, just before Christmas, and we were just having Christmas Day, and I had a seizure in the kitchen, and my granddaughter, she's only like 2.5, like she was like, oh Nana, we used to play horsies like with my so she jumped on my leg like playing horsies, and I was just laughing. You've got, like, if life gives you lemons, make margaritas or something. I don't know, it is what it, you've got to come back freaking punching. I'm not having it,
Somebody draw a picture of that. Make an animation of that.
The RKX fall.
Is that France?
Yeah, it doesn't even look. What
Someone being dragged behind a motorcycle?
Yeah. I'm
What the
trying to
fuck
see
was
what
that,
it was. So that dude
Was that
kinda,
like a
jumped
dummy
it.
or a human or?
What
is
the
it?
fuck? I don't even know.
This is all the cultures just grouping together, going against them.
I gotta love the melting pot.
It's like skip it.
Yeah, it's not like straight clown world shit, man. That doesn't even look real. It's like out of a fucking
Isn't it? I
70s
can't
B
tell what
movie
it
or
is.
something like that. No, I don't know. It's
What
like
is it?
smoking too or something too. What the fuck?
Is it a person? I think
Yo, but like their
guy that's
shoes are
laying down.
smoking or something, man. Like it's so.
Dude, it's like I think it's this is like legs and a foot, and it's a dude laying down or something.
Yeah, maybe a mannequin.
Are people shooting at these cops? Are they shooting at the cops? Is that
Oh
going down?
no.
I don't know.
They're all out there fucking. They're all throwing Molotovs and shit, and they're all getting into fucking stick fights and whatnot. Yeah, it's pretty intense. I've seen some decent footage like here and there, but yeah, mostly it's like it's not being shown on YouTube or the news or anything like that.
Yeah, you got to go to Twitter for the good shit.
Yeah, that's what I
think it's
heard.
too
A lot of
wild
it's
on
social
Twitter.
media.
They'll take the stream down for some of the shit they show.
I mean, that's just what I was seeing today.
That was a big fucking explosion.
Yeah, what was that, Malta?
No, probably
Is it like a
fireworks
grenade?
or something like
Yeah,
that.
I think he's got a
Yeah.
grenade.
Yeah, like a flashbang
bro.
or something.
Damn, he's not fucking around. The Algerian
Like it
mother
worse.
fugitive who
Way
was shot
worse.
by police.
They had potato wedges as weapons.
That's the mom of the guy that got shot. Looks like a white lady.
All right, we are ending this epic 18-hour marathon, 17 and a half hours before it gets to 18. So it
I hate being around that shit when people are doing
but
this, and you're just like, God damn, like this is corny, you know?
panel.
No, I agree, JG. It's just, it's super cringe. You know what I mean?
Right
it's like, why the fuck are like all these people out here causing mess? Like, you just want to go to the fucking corner store or something like that. You want to go and fucking wash your laundry. No, you got to deal with this shit now. Because what? Like, he was an upstanding youth. Like, he definitely wasn't out there causing problems. Right.
And
Damn, what the fuck does he have?
Scholarship.
We'll see you on Chalk Body.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
those fucking
stream's
knows.
definitely getting taken down, dude. That one. I saw videos. I don't know if I'll be able to find them. There was like videos of like they called them like alt-right nationalists that were like patrolling the streets. I don't even know if that's true, but it was like a big pack of like white guys roaming the street.
Sounds pretty cool.